has moved, sir. Somebody is recording you and relaying live in their media house, as opposed to recording using a traditional recorder, and then you jump on a border with it to go and edit. This time around, before they get to the office, something is already edited. So we need to continuously build the capacities of these leaders. Most things they do not know. In Uganda, we're saying Ayakula, they just grew up without, getting to know these things. So now we must engage with them as such. Finally, if an employer is a perpetrator, how do we go about that? If it's so close to the system, and good enough you made a disclaimer that you don't mean yourselves, in that he said he didn't mean NBS. Sometimes,
in fact, let's make sure we delete that from all the footage.
Yes, delete it. Sometimes the red paper used to write that Robert and Rosemary are worryingly close. That me and her, they would not say anything else. They say, you are worryingly close. So some media houses are worryingly close. That they're in a position where they cannot say anything. They just bow their heads and wait for others to say something if things happen. And that is not a very comfortable place to be if you're a media owner. You must maintain some degree of distance, sizable distance, which leaves you with the room to speak out, and you do not injure your relationship with the establishment. But we always have engaged the owners when things like this happen. We only have not lived long enough to see them now really coming out and saying, this is very bad. But we have used the media council at some point, and you remember that time when the current prime minister swung in a chair and said, I don't know what to say. Yeah, and the video went viral. And this journalist was faced with an axe. So the media council was engaged, and they came out and said, we see nothing wrong. Because as a leader in the public, every time a camera is before you, just know it might go viral anywhere. So you do not task the journalist to edit that. Some people always say, this is not on record. You're speaking on the microphone and say it's not on record? How do you know I'm not going to use it? So whenever you before a camera, you should know that. But in a nutshell, right, the owners have a role to play, a very important one, than all of us combined. And I need to make this very passionate and humble call on them. I am sure we see it's Vivian Nancha here from URN, Chigundu from NBS, and many here. Please go back in those newsrooms and tell everyone that they need to speak out. Mwami Buwembo. The Wembos here did their work, they beat a lot, nobody doubts them. But our current crop now needs to have journalists who are standing up to be counted.
And there's actually something, thanks Robert, there's something to be said to that, and we're having a wonderful, wonderful session that's going to be coming up after this about staying relevant, and I know that Joachim will be handling that. Dr. Emily will be on that as well. So let's get some final thoughts from you, Rosemary. I should point out to you, Robert, the issue of the Prime Minister and saying she didn't know what to do. It was actually the problem, I think the problem was the chair. See how you're all laughing? You know what I'm talking about. We don't know if it was because the chair was broken or if it was there hadn't been orientation for how to use an executive chair. So a poor journalist suffered for the chair's problems. Rosemary, your final thoughts.
I think that we need a comprehensive problem analysis because the issues that were raised by my brothers here, they really point to the vulnerability of journalists, which is at different levels. My colleague here, Grace, had talked about the women. Now you have the freelancers. You have different kinds of journalists that a blanket intervention may leave some behind. So having said that, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, until the COVID disruption, was spearheading a campaign to have a policy recognizing media as a public good. And in that we saw that if it is recognized at that level, then automatically media practitioners and journalists will get some bit of protection, because the business they engage in is actually a human right, not just the right of the media people, but the right of all the citizens. We operate, as journalists, we operate in the freedom of expression of all the citizens. So that campaign, which is still on, it was disrupted also by the challenges that the Commission had of not having the chairperson and commissioners. But that campaign is on. If we can get the government to recognize in a policy the importance of media, then the importance of journalists can automatically also be recognized. Then the parameters, the boundaries can be set for the owners, for the regulators, for whoever on how to deal with these people. Maybe that can work.
Yeah.
Human rights, journalists are human rights defenders. I believe that specific law on human rights defenders will provide equal protection for journalists. But lastly, what I have to say is that we have to do a lot more to actually show how relevant we are as journalists. Are we relevant to the public? Does the public actually know that you media people safeguard their freedom of expression? How come they don't demonstrate when one or two of us are beaten?
Yeah.
So if we can make that connection, then we will get the real stakeholders on our side, and we can be protected not just by the state, but by the beneficiaries, by the rights holders, because they know the safety of the journalist is how I realize my freedom of expression.
Right.
Maybe I can leave it. Lastly, I had a discussion with Robert. I don't know why he didn't mention this. Some of the people that have negotiated under the table, they have ended up becoming allies. Are they allies?
They have received letters. That's what you're saying, right?
They have been compensated,
Right.
but have also been embedded.
Okay.
They are now being used to disorganize the fraternity. Okay? Maybe that I can put it like that. You are adults, you can understand. So that shows you that the negotiations are not in good faith. The negotiations are in the interest of the perpetrator, because they are the ones who are powerful on the table.
Right.
So we need to move beyond that.
Wouldn't it be fair to say, though, that that person has the prerogative to say no when they are being given that offer? So shouldn't they at some level take part of the responsibility for, if you want to use the word compromised, allow for that to happen?
That is true. That is true that it starts with you, but sometimes the circumstances in which you have accepted the settlement
and everything
will leave
after
you
the
no
settlement.
choice. Yes, will leave you no choice but to go all the way.
Makes a lot of sense.
That is why those settlements, the negotiations, need to be formalized, so that if they are good, they can help in subsequent protection.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap for Rosemary Kemijisha, to Robert Sempala as well, and of course to Grace Pelly, who we hijacked to be on our panel. Thank you so much. You asked the question, Rosemary, about how relevant we are. And that's a very good question, because it is actually our next session. Dr. Emily, it's good to see you. If you can kindly just raise your hand so they can see you. Dr. Emily is Director of Africa Policy Center at Uganda Christian University. After we take a quick tea break, she'll be joining Joachim Buembo, who is not only one of the funniest people alive. If you read the East African, you know what I'm talking about. But he's also been in this business for longer than I think half the room has been alive. And that definitely means that he comes with a lot of wisdom and experience. As we get ready for that, Dr. Emily, there's something that has been said here, and I think you might want to pick that up when you do come for your session. This issue of, and I think it was Idris who mentioned it, and Robert agreed, and Rosemary as well, and I think all of us, the fact that we don't seem to have any unity as journalists. The doctors have a very strong, cohesive unit. If you touch one of them, they will come at you like bees in a swamp. The journalists, maybe not so much. Is it something that needs to be addressed at the training level? Is it something that needs to be inculcated in journalists as they do their training? Is there some sort of oath that needs to be taken for them to understand what their responsibility is and how to safeguard that and not to be bought? Just food for thought for you to ponder. I have kindly volunteered Jana Juang to moderate this session on my behalf, because I think it's unfair for her brilliance to go unnoticed. So I should embarrass Jan for just a moment. I don't only know Jan personally for a very, very long time, not wearingly close in any circumstances, but we've worked together for such a long time. She's been a brilliant journalist and, of course, leads the team at Media Focus on Africa, but also very passionate about all these discussions. And I know for her, these 2 days are extremely important, not only because of Media Focus on Africa, but for her as an individual. If you listen to her making arguments, I've seen her get into fights on social media on a regular basis, and I'm like, Madam, calm down. You know, the world will be here until tomorrow. So I think it would be unfair for her not to be involved in our sessions, and I've asked her to allow me to bully her in leading a couple of the conversations. So, and the one with Dr. Emily and Joachim, she's graciously allowed to lead that, which will start in 10 minutes from now. So what I'd like us to do is to go have a cup of tea right behind us here. There's some tea and a light snack. In the interest of time, to make sure that we can redeem our time, we're done not too badly actually. I would like to suggest that if possible, you can pick your tea and then come and sit, and we'll continue so that we are able to pick up our time and do well. So thank you. Let's try and do that quickly. Let's do a quick tea and another big hand clap to our panel. I think we should let them go first for the tea. They have earned it. And then let's go and pick a tea and then come back and sit, and then Jan will lead this wonderful session on staying relevant in a very fast-changing media landscape for Uganda. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot to add. We are online, and I know that we have a lot of people who are joining us. I see you, Jimmy Komakech, Walter, Komira. I see you, Okot, Lil Romeo. It's been a while, I haven't seen you. Dr. Gerald Businge, I see you online. It's good to see you. Thanks a lot for joining us. So for our online audience, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back online with you guys in 10 minutes. I know that you've been typing some things in the chat. We're not ignoring you. We'll pick those up as well. And we'd like to encourage you to tweet the things that you're picking up today. If someone has said something that's important, please do pick it up and tweet. Our hashtag, Uganda Media Week 2022, Media Week 2022, Media Matters UG, and Journalism. You can use those as our hashtags. And I'd like to encourage you to please tweet. When you do tweet, you can tag me at Ben Mwine, tag at Media Focus on Africa. I'm sure you'll be able to find them. Tag the UN HR office as well. I'm sure Grace would like to be able to pick up these conversations earlier on, because it helps in sort of framing bigger picture and conversation. So let's tweet and engage other people online. So let's enjoy a quick tea and then come back and get started with our next session in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
The recent gruesome murders of journalists in Syria by the so-called ISIL group have drawn the world's attention once again to the risks confronting journalists and to the urgency of providing for their safety. However, these killings are just a fraction of a larger phenomenon. Journalists in Syria and Iraq have had undue restrictions imposed on them by ISIL, and many local journalists have been harassed, intimidated, abducted, or killed. The appalling situation in Iraq and Syria is an example of how, in an environment in which there is no rule of law and where human rights are not respected, people who hold different views, who question authority, who expose and speak out against abuse, and who advocate for change become vulnerable to attack. Journalists fall into that category. Such environments do not only occur in situations of armed conflict, it is mostly in peacetime, while reporting on human rights violations, corruptions, abuse of authority, or organized crime, that journalists become targets. And it is not just rebel movements that attack them, but governments, powerful crime networks, and business interests who harass, imprison, intimidate, persecute, abduct, and torture reporters. They do this because they do not want to be exposed, because whether it is online or on paper, journalism questions power. At its
in the interest of our online audience, let's get going. I'm going to hand over for this session to the lovely Jan Ajang to come and have a wonderful discourse with Joachim Buebo and Dr. Emily as well. So please give a big hand clap for me to Jan, if you would, as she makes her way here. Yet another reminder of our hashtag, Uganda Media Week 2022, Media Week 2022. You can also use hashtag Media Matters UG and hashtag journalism. We're talking about how to stay relevant in fast-changing times. I'm sure Dr. Emily and Joachim have been doing this way before hashtags were a thing. Actually, I would like to get some thoughts from you guys on that. What it's like, Joachim, for you, having come from a time when everything was about, typewriter. Well, you go as far back as typewriters, right? So Mr. Wembo goes as far back as before MS-DOS. Right, so you've been there from typewriters to MS stencils, right? And MS-DOS to Windows 95, and now we are using smartphones to literally edit documents. So it's quite interesting. Right, let me hand over to Jan to do this session.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate the 2 minutes of flattery that you gave me. But I'm so happy that I can have these conversations with people with whom we share similar aspirations and expectations that indeed journalism is not dead. When you go out on the streets, you hear content producers speaking so crazily about journalism as if there has been a coup and they have actually taken over, right? And so we must ask ourselves, are we in charge or somebody is taking our place? And if somebody is taking our place, what can we do to stay relevant? And how better to hear from the experts? We have experts. Okay, I would later to speak than people who have been there, almost done all of it, and are able to provide a very insightful perspective on this matter. And so with us is Dr. Emily Maratho. She has been with us from the first Media Week. The last time she asked us whether journalism is the same as media and we should be able to differentiate that. So I don't know whether we have even dealt with that one. She is has been a lecturer and is a lecturer of journalism at the Uganda Christian University. And she's also the director of the Africa Policy Center, still at Uganda Christian University. Welcome, Dr. Emily. And Mr. Joachim Buembo, who has been an editor for 30 years and a journalist for 33 years. I am privileged to have worked with him in 2 countries. Once he supervised me in Tanzania when I was working at The Guardian, and also when we were working at the Daily Monitor. And indeed, as Ben says, he comes with a wealth of experience from stencils to now tweeting. I'm sure we shall learn a lot from him. Since this subject is very critical, I would rather invite Mr. Buembo to speak a little bit about his perspectives, and then I'll join in just after on to continue with the moderation. Welcome.
Thank you, Jan. I see the number of Bazukulu out there whom I want to address clearly. Now, the reason why John, Ben, and are going on and emphasizing these 33 years of journalism, what they want to convey is not really to intimidate you, but they want to give me the comfort to say the things which other people don't want to say or don't feel comfortable to say. In other words, having been in it, there's another man called Ben Bella who calls it the thing. Having been in the thing for 33 years, you know, that old man who doesn't need to please, who is not going to say their nice things. I love journalism, I love you journalists, but I'm not going to tell you nice things about yourself. Today, I have the necessary things. They call it tough love. Yes, I come with tough love. Because if you are going to help someone, they must also do their part to be helpable. There is a certain part we need to play as journalists if we are going to attract others to help us to fight for our rights. Just like a doctor, he will examine you and do all the procedures on you, but he will also require you to take the meds at the recommended time. The doctor will require you to, maybe to abstain from certain foods and certain drinks. Now, today, as we are facing those perpetrators who are trying to take away our space, who are trying to sabotage our work, we also need to do our part, because we are quickly being replaced by non-journalists who have got the tools. Anybody with a smartphone can broadcast, can publish, and do that, what we are doing. But what are they putting there? All of you, okay, most of you have been to journalism school. And those who have not been to journalism school, you have learned it on, there's some things you've learned in the newsroom where you work. And one of the first things you learn, either in journalism school or in the newsroom, are the news values. The news values which you use to determine, subconsciously maybe, whether a story, the story which you are going to pursue. Is there a second microphone here? We are by, which can be mobile, because I just want people to give us, to mention the news values which they think are important. Of course, news values vary from culture to culture, country to country, environment to environment. But, hey, shoot up your hand and tell us what you think is the most important news value. That which determines newsworthiness. Yeah.
Objectivity.
Pardon?
Objectivity.
Oh, very important.
Timeliness.
Timeliness. You remember, everybody talks of breaking news, Get it in time. Timeliness, a very important value. What else is a very important news values that you know about?
Proximity.
Proximity. Does it concern us? Something very big is happening in America, but is it big for us? Proximity and so on. Mm-hmm.
Being factual.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Not fiction. And
I have 2 points. One is relevance, and another one is value to society.
And you have closed that segment because you've mentioned what I wanted to drive to: relevance. Relevance. Now, for stakeholders, partners to join us, in our struggle, I do believe that, and for us to be able to have some fighting space, my view is that relevance, which is the topic we are handling, should now become our most important news value, at least in Uganda. But actually, in this time, at this point in history, where we have digital media in everybody's hands, almost everybody's hands, the news values are changing, and we are losing relevance because of people who can easily put out that which we used to be the masters of. We used to be, okay, when I was becoming a journalist 33 years ago, I could get a big story. We could have big stories. Rosemary can attest to this. And you say, this one, I got it on Monday. No, let's keep it for Thursday because something is going to happen. Rosemary handled the weekends. Later on, I handled the weekends at the big New Vision. The news desk could say, this one, on Tuesday, let us keep it for Rosemary. Let's keep it for Joachim, so that it boosts his paper. Is there any newsroom that can afford that today? And say, let's keep this one for the weekend. Let's keep this one for Wednesday. No, because it is being put out there very fast. But then those people who are putting out the news very fast, what? They do not do what you do. You and I do. They do not verify. They do not quote. They do not, they are not fair. They are not balanced. They do not give people a right of response. All of those things which are cardinal and basic to us as journalists. So, where do we escape? Where is our escape? We either join them and also start putting out everything as we get it, or we do the right thing. How do we keep them with us? That is where relevance comes in. What would you consider to be most relevant to the Ugandan audience today? Something which is useful for them. I'm talking of today's topics, the things which are happening. I give you an example. For me, a subject which I like to do with the economy, okay? The runaway debt, the national debt. Isn't it? It's very important. Today, the government is borrowing from commercial banks. That is important, not just to the people who follow the macroeconomy, but it affects the individual. The news which is being pumped to the audiences by the social media is exciting. But if you are to follow that, do you even have the expertise to compete with someone who is tweeting, who is running away with, okay, what are the big subjects now? The most selling subjects? On social media. Okay, someone is saying us, you know this guy who has done, yes, you are telling us what is the most selling?
No, like climate change, things like that, I see.
Okay, very important.
Then the sex, that's the social media, if you are
okay.
answering your question. If you are
okay, you've answered both. The climate change. How many people here know Uganda's focal point for climate change? The focal person. But everybody here knows CPAPA. As competently as the people out there with who are just on a smartphone, as social media. So that is not your lane. You are not going to, if you are going to deal with what are their names? There's Sipapa, there is the other Bad Black seems to have faded. There is another one. Anyway, those people, fine, they make news, they quickly fly around and they get so many, 100,000 views and hits. But will you be relevant if you concentrate on those people? We have had, the danger here with which we are facing is that those people out there, by the way, you don't even need to have to go into journalism to O level or even complete the P7. Do you need to have finished P7 to handle, to use TikTok and put there your stuff? So, you are not going to compete with those people. I'm still asked, practicing journalists here, who has the contact for the... Edwis has told us that a very important subject we are facing today is climate change. So, who has the contact for the focal person of Uganda? And do we know in which ministry he sits? Which branch of government they sit? Yes, they told me to I'm not going to please anybody. Yes, who is the focal person for climate change?
Not the name, but I know he sits at the Ministry of Water and Environment. But also at Parliament, we have the focal person for climate change.
Mm-hmm. So, do members have the contacts of those people? You do?
Excuse me, my name is Vincent.
Yes.
I work with Radio 1. I would like to bring context to your submission because it seems to be amorphous a bit. When you say focal person before a journalist, I think it's subjective to maybe a storyline or angle for that case. If I need a focal person in the government sense, my experience tells me I look for a minister, maybe, Anwar or Cheptoris or whoever, or a commissioner at that. If I need a focal person in the legislative sense, I maybe go to the parliamentary forum on climate and something. If I need it in the layman's perspective, it's subjective. It should have context. That's my view. You can't say who is a focal and you leave it at that. It's amorphous. Eh?
Okay. Thank you. A focal person. How many people, for that matter, we shall not say this is the one, this is the other one. How many contacts do we have of people who are dealing with climate change? That will be the question. But that is just an example. Let us look at the most immediate thing now. Ebola. Huh? Who has the contact of they call them what? Incident commander. You have it? Read it out so that everybody can copy it. Give them the number quickly and the name.
His name is Fande Chove.
Mm-hmm.
Chove. Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel. CL.
Okay, we shall give you time when you locate it to give it to us. Okay, we are doing well. I had come out in a fighting mode. Yes?
It's Lieutenant Colonel Henry Chove, 0772 626743.
Good. At least we not only have the contact of Sipapa and the like, at least we... What are the other important subjects which we are dealing with? Those which affect us. We talked of Ebola, we talked of climate change. By the way, can you describe these as in how they affect the people? Like, Ebola can kill me, it can kill you, it can kill our loved ones. And so, if we concentrate on those subjects, we shall be able to be relevant. Maybe when the police and the army are beating us up, and we are the ones who are giving them this useful information, maybe the public will come to our defense. Today, if we concentrate on the CPAPAs and we get beaten up, it doesn't matter because others will still give them the CPAPA news, okay? So, Ebola, climate change.
Prices.
Thank you very much. Why the prices? That is the economy. It is relevant to our people. If we are reporting to them the opportunities, if we are reporting to them the problems they will run in search of jobs. In fact, in connection with that, I would talk about the labor externalization and human trafficking. That is related to the problems of the economy, not so. Why people are running away from a very rich country, resource-rich country, to go to the desert. So, if you are going to be giving them the information about the opportunities and the problems they are in, then you are relevant. I tell you another problem which you have, that because anybody can shoot a video and put it out there, now even the people who used to be sources of news have become now disseminators of that kind of news. And so, how are we going to compete with them? Uganda Police Force is the one which has given you the videos. I've not watched them, but I've heard about them, of the man who became a woman, or the woman who became a man. I'm sure you have all seen him. The source is Uganda Police. It's not the journalist. And who is the other disseminator of news? The hot news. Earlier than that, you had those women who were beaten up on the northern bypass. And they were stripped naked. Oh, stripped naked. Is that a repetition? A redundant? Okay. So, our own Uganda police is doing the job. Are you going to compete with them? They have those videos. They've even gone far. They've even gone beyond that. The border crashes. You've seen the video they've released for October? For them, they have the CCTV all over the city. So they have those nasty videos. Some people have watched one and, and they stopped watching. They show you graphically how the car hits the border or the border hits the car. The rider and the passenger are thrown to heaven, actually. And as they head to heaven, then the spirit goes up there, and then the corpse lands on the tarmac. You've seen that graphic video. And they know they have the audience. That's why they are releasing it on time. October 31st, midnight, it is there. And on November 1st, you are seeing it. Are you going to compete with those? They have all the CCTV. So, let us be relevant. Man, if we are not relevant, then when they clobber you, nobody will come to your aid. What do our people want? Maybe that's the little exercise I would give and sit down. Do our people want to see naked men who become women? So you want to compete with the disseminators of that? No. Our people are hungry. Our people are starving. Our people are broke. So, your selection of the content which you are going to disseminate, to cover out there, should appeal to them. It should be useful to them. The other things which interest them about the naked men, women, those ones, there are other sources who are going to give them those things. If you want to remain relevant, please, choice. The news value you should embrace most should not be there's one news value someone did not mention is the bizarre. Your first year lecturers must have told you about the bizarre. Yeah, the bizarre makes news. But I don't think you are going to compete with police and those other people on the bizarre. So in a nutshell, the news value we should embrace most today is relevance. Be relevant to the audience. The audience will if you are touched, the audience will get concerned. But if you are just spreading nudes, you are not the only one who can do that. That's it for now. Maybe one other little point where I can challenge people. We had a very unfortunate incident last week. And when 11 children, blind children, were burnt to death in a very unconvincing, I've not seen any convincing coverage of or follow-up or investigation of that. Are you people here satisfied that that story has been exhaustively covered? Is the problem with the society or with the media? I see so many unanswered questions with that incident. Are you convinced that 10 blind children can be sleeping alone with nobody who can see in their company, so that if anything happens, they can guide them? Are you convinced that it's just a coincidence that it happened when the big benefactor of that particular institution was coming to the country? The first British royal to leave England since the Queen died? Are you convinced that story has been well covered? And we can move on to others? So let us go back to the basics, do a good job as journalists, and be relevant to the audiences, to the society. And so when something happens to us, they will come and defend us. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Buembo, for that thought-provoking introduction. The question here is, are you relevant? I mean, there's writing about the relevance, but also, are you relevant yourself? And so it's not just about the content, but I think I either hear from him, you must be relevant. And I think just reflecting about that story that he just talked about, I don't know whether, back to his question, are we the problem? Is journalism the problem, or both? Other people are the problem. Yeah, and so we continue having these reflections right now. But I just want to also maybe hear a bit from Dr. Emily. I saw her taking so many notes. I don't know that you've changed your direction from what you had planned to say, but I think let's hear from her. Then we open it up and then speak candidly about this thing. Do you have your job, or you're just posturing in the newsroom? These are really tough questions. Or will you have your job in the next few months, few days, few years? Or the content people are coming and they're going to take your place? I believe it comes down to us and how we decide to proceed. So welcome, Dr. Emily.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan. Is Ben Winner still here? Okay. He's not in, but I wanted to say that I share his sentiments about Jan, a very hardworking, brilliant lady here. I am happy to share stage with Joachim. I have read your column for many, many, many years since my so I'm very happy to share a stage with you. And I think as Joachim spoke, for me, the question was, what does it mean to be relevant? And, I see a number of my students here, people I've taught many years ago. Nice to be here. My point of view is really from the question of what does it mean to be relevant? Because we keep hearing that question that you should be relevant. We keep hearing people telling journalists that be relevant. But what exactly does it mean to be relevant? And I think for me, really, it also goes back to the question I asked the last time, Jan, that are we talking about journalism? Are we talking about the media? What are we talking about? because in many cases we struggle with the idea that, and I was telling Ben, I hate that phrase that everybody is a journalist. I don't like it. But it's our reality somehow today that everybody feels like they are a journalist. As long as they have a phone, they can record something, they can share it, which is really our typical definition of journalism. So the citizen is the journalist now. And what difference does then the trained journalist make? What difference are we making as trainers? Why should somebody be in my class for 3 years to earn a degree in journalism if they are going to compete for space with somebody who, as he said, didn't need a P7 certificate to be able to use TikTok? These are questions we have to grapple with. And we must be able to really understand the current trends and put them in context. In most cases, we speak very generally and are able to make statements about journalism and journalists and the media in sweeping ways that do not actually help us at all. So in as far as trends are concerned, I noted a few. And if we are talking about the news industry, let's stick with the news industry. If we are talking about the entertainment industry, that is where we go to the media. If you're talking about advertising industry and so on, we need to be able to segment this. There's a line crossing all of these, but we need to be able to treat these very clearly. Now, in as far as trends is concerned, the kind of values is talking about, the digital report for Global Digital Report for 2022 actually noted that news value had eroded by over 50%. A lot of people don't see any value in news. And also journalists themselves don't protect the cardinal news values that he's talking about, the objectivity, the trust, the facts and all of these things that we think are very important for journalists. The journalism 101 is no longer so much of an important thing for even some journalists. So the ethical lines are very blurred in as far as journalists are concerned. They think that it's okay to be a journalist and also to be doing other things, working for a politician, protecting a politician or whoever. And so all of these things mean that the news value itself has been eroded or has diminished. And they're also changing audience needs. We have to recognize that the audiences Joachim started with 30 years ago is not what we are talking about today. Our students of today are not the students I taught 8-9 years ago. They are so different. They don't even want to touch the newspaper. If you ask them, how many of you have read the newspaper today, you will be shocked that they haven't touched it. They don't even care, but they have been online. They've been reading about Sipapa and whoever and all of those things that matter to them. And as a trainer, you have to take that into account as well. So audience needs have changed. And there's also selective avoidance of news. There are many people who now just want, is it good news? Is there something good in the news? If there is something good, we can deal with that, but we don't want bad news. And so I've heard a lot of people and seen people asking actually that newspapers or reporters should be focusing on the good things. Kind of do some solution journalism, that other kinds of journalism no longer matter, because why are you depressing people who are already depressed by so many things? Therefore, if the news is bad, don't bring it up. If the government is corrupt, probably leave it alone because it's going to depress an already depressed people with economic situations. So do we just say journalism shouldn't touch anything that depresses anyone? Maybe that's a question we should ask. Is that the issue of relevance we are talking about? That, for us to be relevant, we must be talking good news. In fact, this week I read in the New Vision that my good friend Dr. Lugalambi was speaking at Makerere, and he actually did say that journalists should focus more on the good things because people are already too depressed. So that's, again, another trend. There's a lot of false and misleading news, again, because of citizens being journalists. There's so much of that. And if you're talking about subscriptions, people are saying you should now do digital first, should go digital because everybody is online. And even as we talk about everybody being online, are we really serious that everybody is online? Maybe my friend of Nile Post will respond to that and be able to tell us whether indeed everybody is now online and digital is all we have to do. So the last thing I want to talk about is the decline of consumption of traditional media platforms. And again, you hear a lot of people say that, news is nobody's now watching TV. Is that even true? Is it true that nobody is watching TV, or we are actually watching some other things on TV, or what exactly is happening on TV? Have people moved from television to their phones, and therefore we are talking about platforms and not necessarily journalism or news itself? Because if I'm still looking for NTV news, but I'm looking for it in my phone, I'm still watching news. and that's why it's important to make these distinctions and not make sweeping statements, because it might be the case that people are still watching news, but what matters is where are they actually accessing it. Issues of access, of platform, of a form should be very differentiated from issues that mean content or quality of content or depth of content and so on. So this disengagement with news content is what we actually have to be interrogating. What exactly is making people disengaged? How can we bring them back? Or what form will work for them that we need to be able to capture them? Because in one way or another, people have to be informed. But we are, if there is any time, and I think it is the BBC director, Leanne Landau, who said it, that the BBC has never been as important to the world as it is now. And I think she should have said journalism has never been as important as it is now. The point is, how do we save it? How do we ensure that it's relevant, it's actually working for people, and it's making a difference for people? And that brings me to the how, which is my final thought. How do we cultivate that relevance? How do we ensure that we remain relevant in the face of this citizen journalism? That it's actually a good thing for citizens to be able to inform the world, but what difference do we make as journalists who are trained, who are having access to a lot more resources than the citizens might actually have? If you work for NBS, you have a lot of resources at your disposal to be able to do an in-depth job, to do what any citizen cannot do. And how are you making use of that is actually the question of relevance we are talking about. So strategies, I believe, will vary from context to context. And I think my old son, Joseph, did talk about this, that somehow if you're talking about media houses, if it's up country, and this is something I'm very passionate about, because every time we meet like this, we speak as if media houses were one and the same, and that they are all in the city. They are not. Actually, the majority of the media houses informing majority of Ugandans are not even here and are not represented here. And that's where our focus should actually be. The people telling the national story, much of this national story does not get to the local people that we are talking about. And I don't mean local in a disrespectful way. Local for us is community, is where we are located in the rural areas, in some of the spaces that are challenged by infrastructure actually. So the strategies will definitely differ depending on context, depending on location, depending on the kind of environment within which these media houses operate. And that also means that we have to really understand these contexts in their specificity and invest appropriately in what kind of content we are creating. It also means that we have to create very dynamic content, that some of the content we are creating for our consumers in the city will not really work for consumers up country. And this is especially for people like Sylvia who do syndicated news, that there is so much differences in terms of how do you capture the attention of those who are located in areas B, C, or D. And that also calls for investing in appropriate technology. That's the only way that media houses will remain relevant. Being able to do more than the citizen can do, being able to differentiate yourself as a journalist from somebody who has just managed to get a phone or any device that allows them to tell a story. And then identifying what's not working. I think a lot of media houses have been engaged a lot in media viability work lately, that I don't understand many media houses' obsession with remaining, of being everywhere and doing everything when they don't have the capacity to do so. So there's a lot of half-baked work happening everywhere. There are so many. We boast about the many hundreds of radio stations we have, but what exactly are these radio stations actually doing? What are they? How are they informing our people, and what difference are they making? There's also need from a training point of view to really keep retooling. There are so many resources. Now, UNESCO has done amazing work in terms of producing relevant material to just enhance the capacity of journalists. There's so much out there, whether you're dealing with misinformation, with fact-checking, with whatever, there's so much information. Are journalists actually retooling themselves and making sure that they are relevant in telling the story in the event that your organization does convergence, that you can actually fit. You're fit for purpose in some way. If you're not retooling as a journalist, you're not learning, you're not getting ahead of yourself and thinking you've arrived because you're a journalist and telling and working for a big media house or whatever, very soon you will be outdated because there's so much change in just how stories are told, what stories matter, who is targeted, and all of that. And then lastly, using data for decisions. Again, this is something I'm very, very passionate about. We are somehow where we are because we can afford to make sweeping statements that are not backed by data, not backed by research. We just say, everybody is now online. So as a journalist, you get carried away and say everybody is now online, and you don't even pay attention to what the UCC statistics says on who is online, where are they located. And Mr. Buembo here might be having 3 phones with data, and UCC is counting all those 3 phones. And then you're saying everybody, millions of Ugandans are now accessing things via their devices. So all of these things matter, and I keep saying, this is my last point, that quality journalism alone is not going to cut it because of our context. Every industry is a product of its environment. And because every industry is a product of its environment, I think I did ask Rosemary earlier that, even when we talk about ending impunity against journalists, are we even making sense to ourselves in a society where impunity has become normalized? It has become a way of life for everybody. Like, you can't drive on the right side of the road. You can't do certain normal things that would not require intelligence to do. And people are just doing them and getting away with them. Can we even afford to protect journalists in an environment like that when everybody sees things that should be abnormal as actually normal? And then the question Ben asked me, which is the journalism union. Can we afford to have one strong journalist union? Again, how do we do that with all the competing interests, with all the splinter groups, with all the different associations chasing different things and so on? And part of the problem is that, and it's not something we can fix at training, because we can try, try and put in the mindset of the young journalists we train. And again, the disclaimer here I have to say is that half the people we train as journalists don't even end in the newsrooms. So, so you're dealing with that as well. And so you have to be able to reflect on the fact that the context, the things that make it so hard for associations to thrive, the things that killed cooperative unions, that is killing civil society, that is killing everything, is also going to kill those ones of journalists. So they are not outside of the wider political context. And so, just as I've always said in terms of media freedom, we can't chase media freedom without chasing freedom of expression generally. So our political context will determine many of these things. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Emily. The thing that took the cooperatives and took the CSOs, I think, is the elephant in the room. So the question is, how do we work around this thing and still stay relevant as journalists? some interesting pointers there that we've heard from both Dr. and Mr. Buembo. And I think when he talked about how back in the day you could just decide, you have this story, and then you decide that you're going to pack it, you know. And right now, when you ask journalists even to do some extra follow-ups, they say they need transport, they need data, they need everything. And I just want to go back to Mr. Buembo. Where were you getting where were you getting the, I don't know, the money, the support to have these stories completely done, and you even pack them? Because right now it's a very complex. I don't know whether it's me, but there are complexities around that. And for those who operate up country, I think, I don't know whether he was speaking French when he was saying that, or there's something that needs to be done about making a journalist do their complete work. So so many questions in one, but I just wanted to find out.
Thank you. I'm going to refrain from talking about the past, because after all, I joined journalism under the current government. So I'm as young as you as far as 33 years ago we had the same government. So I'm in the same generation as you are. We are all NRM journalists. But there have been changes, and one thing I need to clarify, that mine has nothing to do with nostalgia. And I just want to ask a question. We've been having a major crisis since we are talking digital and telecommunications and information age. Since Friday, we know that the second and possibly first service provider, Telecom, has been in big trouble. So who has covered that story? Whoever is on Airtel, you know that Airtel is operating at less than half capacity. So since we are digital kids, that concerns us. So who has been relevant enough and covered the Airtel crisis? Airtel, especially money transfer capabilities.
We don't know.
We don't know? Okay. Relevance. So we should, when we talk of relevance, let us be relevant to our audiences. All the suffering Airtel customers. Not Airtel. Even if you have on MTN or from a bank and you want to transact with Airtel since Friday. And it's a big story. They're talking of 30 billion being embezzled, and it has crippled the network. And up to now, the entire banking industry has blacklisted, actually has discontinued transacting with Airtel. So if we are not covering that, are we relevant? Don't we want if we are to give the Airtel customers information? So how did we do it, John? Let's say, how are we doing it now?
Perfect.
Yeah. Let us be of today. And by the way, I'm also not against the social life. Yeah? Actually, people who know me know that I'm a fanatic of some bands in this town. And I can, when they perform, if they are leaving in the morning, I leave in the morning. So, but how? So, by the way, I would very much encourage someone to specialize in entertainment news, in music. There is actually, Sylvia could back me up here, that I've been trying to agitate to get some people to specialize in culture, in music, because these things matter. Actually, entertainment is the biggest the fastest growing industry outside the, what do you call these people who do finance and IT? The what? what is that bracket of fintech, yeah. Outside the fintechs, it's entertainment, the biggest, the growing industry of the world. So, how it was done, we shall get another time to say how we did it. Okay, suffice it to say, I will not refuse the credit that without a car, without a phone, without whatever, where every reference you had to make, you had to go either to Makerere or UMI. It used to be called IPS, I think, whatever, IPA. Those are the people who had the most comprehensive libraries. So you have to physically to go there to get background. Today you have it on your smartphone. You no longer need to go to Makerere or to UMI. So yes, maybe there was a lot of value in value attached to work then. So today, the other danger which I didn't mention, I mean the competition that you have, we are competing with everybody for that matter who works in an office where documents are handled. Do you realize that most of the exciting news now comes in form of those leakages? Many of them from State House. I think everybody, every week at least you see a new letter signed by Yoweri Museveni telling somebody to do something. So, that is the kind of competition that we are facing. But even within the mainstream, in the politics, if Naduli is disappointed and is crying out, that is important content. We can't say ignore it. But are you going to beat the person who took that picture of devastation? You also Naduli's face. Yeah. So what more can you add? That's a complete story. So don't compete. Let's not compete with that. And when I talk of climate change, who here is not affected by climate change? Do you think it's some boring, difficult subject to do with the environment and global warming? No. It is about our people who are drowning. It's about the missing out on planting seasons. It's about the starvation in different parts of the country. It's about the prices which are affecting everyone. Where is the climate change conference taking place, starting this weekend? Can I pick someone at random? No, I'm not that malicious to embarrass people. Okay, who doesn't know where the COP27 is taking place? Everybody knows? Can I pick at random? Who doesn't know? And what is the topic, the big thing at COP27? So, okay, finally we shall get the news that one minister went and spent so much when they went to Egypt and so on. But that's not all. Let us report things which are relevant to people. But you are making me repeat the things I said in the beginning. No, okay. We don't have much time.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for your clarification. And indeed, he certainly asked whether the first generation of the Museveni generation of journalists were more hardworking or they were more intent in their work. It's something that we must ask ourselves. But also in terms of understanding the importance of relevance, we have to quickly introspect in whatever places we are, whether you're relevant and everything. But also from a personal point of view, when you interact with young journalists, there's a question that comes up, like, why should I even be relevant if I have 1,000 likes that are going to make me even more popular? Why should I be relevant for you, a media owner, when I'm going to be beaten? You're even not going to hashtag free Jan. So that's the question. I mean, do we even need to be relevant? So that's also a question that I hear. And like Dr. Emily said, that her students don't even touch the newspaper. So we have these headlines hitting, and the whole majority that even doesn't care about your 11 young blind people who have passed away, because it's just not something for them. Okay, that's a question. I just want to open it up to us at the plenary to just come back to them. You heard what they said. First of all, their proposals that we need to continue teaching ourselves. Is it my responsibility as a journalist to teach myself? What is the job of the media owner in this process? I must ask myself that question. So if I'm going to retool and I'm in a media house that's by the roadside that only has one laptop which has not been updated, and I am the one who is the station manager, and I'm the one who is looking for adverts, and I'm the one who the government is actually calling to cover. I mean, the RDC is demanding that I must cover them. What are the real issues? Is relevance a blank, straightforward thing, or there are some dynamics we must reflect on? So I'm opening it up to each one of you. If you have any questions for them, any feelings you want to share, it's very important that you voice them. That team online, we see you, we hear you, and so we want you to also share your thoughts over chat, or you can actually raise up your hand and then we can actually allow you to speak. But yes, I'm going to come to you, Uma, first, and then we'll spread it out. My microphone team.
Yes, thank you so much, Joachim and Dr. Emily. I'm Patrick Uma, journalist based in Gulu. I want to just make a supplement on the issue of solution journalism, and the big question: is it relevant? I want to say that solution stories are right now, the new trend, the new form of journalism that has come up, and as journalists we need to embrace it. You also ask about do we leave out the corrupt tendencies and not all leaders accountable? I think that is not right. Even when we focus on solution, because we know that right now it's true that a lot of bad news, a lot of stories are actually negative. So the solution stories that we focus on as journalists, I personally have reported on a couple of them, very many actually, and some of them, luckily, I got grants to report on them. And I think that we need to embrace it, but also we need not to forget that our roles to all leaders and government officials accountable. So that is my supplement on the questions of solution stories and solution journalism. Thank you so much.
We move to Esther, then we go to Fiona, and then Francis. Yeah, Esther is just there.
Thank you so much to the panel. My name is Esther Nyapendi, and I work with Women of Uganda Network. My issue and concern is to what I find contradicting in journalism, which is money and then staying relevant. I have experience engaging the media, and it was not good. One, if you want to, if
the media is journalists?
No, the media house.
Okay.
If you get me right. Mm-hmm. And the experience is when you reach out to them, for your story to actually be aired out, you need to pay money, which is quite sometimes a lot of money, 8 million and, above and all those things. So I think for me, as a point is, maybe to the panel, how are the journalists trying to, balance the two, getting the money and also trying to air out the relevant stories?
Okay, thank you. Let's first move to Fiona this side, and then we shall come back to you.
Thank you so much, Jan. I'm Fiona Ladua. I work with the Voice of Noya in Noya District. The issue of relevancy among journalists, it has always popped up, keeps on popping up, but I would suggest news serves every generation, like the traditional generation, then the current generation, we all have our different needs. Like for my father, I've seen, for as long as I can remember, this man has been buying newspapers. Even now that he owns a smartphone, he still buys newspapers. So if, probably for us to be relevant, why don't we try to meet all the different needs? I've seen NBS, they have Next Media. We know that the youth love radios. They listen to the radios. And then there are those ones that watch the TVs. And then when it comes to the traditional media papers, there are those columns that meet different needs. They're for women, then there's children, and then there is politics. So you see the trend, we keep on. We have to carry on with the trend, with the changing trend. Okay?
Right. Quickly, then we'll come back to them. I
Thank
think
you.
I've gotten into other people's time.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily and Joachim. I've always attended this and watched Emily deliberate so well in the past sessions of the other years. So I'm so glad to be here today. And Joachim, thank you so much. First, when I read, I thought I was going to see a 33-year journalist who has been the editor for 31 years. I was asking myself, did he start working at 3 years? But when I saw him, I was really happy. I want to start from what Emily said, that every industry is a product of its environment. Being relevant, how we understand from our perspective, from where we are, as Mighty Fire FM in Kitgum, we want to serve the community. We want to answer what the community needs. So recently, there was a situation of BLQ and eCairo, and that thing was not exhaustively covered. We shouted on Twitter because our northern people were so much affected. These people came and conned money, but they were using our telecom companies and their regulatory bodies. I was interested in hearing how they got to the country and how monies are transacted through these telecom companies. And it did not happen. We shouted on Twitter. We were glad that NBS took it up. I think the Bureau of Lira, Isaac, he took it up and it got to national news. But somehow it did not go so deep. So as at Mighty Fire, what we do to remain relevant, we have innovated a tool called STAR onto the values. STAR is an acronym for what is the situation and what is the action being taken, the task. Situation, task, action, and then the result. However much small the issue is it going to touch the community? It's true that people have come on board, like most of these things that we sometimes follow as mainstream media. It comes through whistleblowers who just get people who have video cameras, they record and post, raw like that. But for us, we dig deeper. And recently, we followed a simple issue, but the community were very happy. A school called Lukwo in Kitgum had very few teachers for almost all of this third term. I think there were only 3-4 teachers in the whole school, and they have to teach up to P7. We followed that up until teachers were posted at the last moment. And to us, that is being relevant to such a community. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Benson, and then I can see Andrew has something to say. Yes, get to Benson, Andrew, and then Emmy, and then Rosemary. Yes, I'm allowing you to speak, but then we have another team. But yeah, let's hear your voices. Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
we'll hear you, but briefly, so everybody can then we'll come back to them. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emily and Joachim. I think Emily did a very interesting one. And I want to pick on the issue of content and for the upcountry team, because I think there's a lot of news upcountry, too much news upcountry. But I think also one of the challenges that we have been able to face over time is us understanding where we come from. If you eventually are a journalist who is upcountry and you understand your people, you understand your politics, you understand the economy, you're going to do much better with content. And I'm a witness to this. Understand that politics of that region, whether you come from West Nile, whether you come from Karamoja. I have always shared with my friends in Karamoja that if personally I was in Karamoja, because I think there's too much story to tell in Karamoja, but I think sometimes within us as journalists as well, we don't take the interest to understand our people, understand the need, understand what we need to serve them better. Because for you to stay relevant in such an area, you need to tell their stories. But also lastly, I wanted to comment about the issue of money and journalism. And I think this is where all of us have been having issues. And these issues has been raised. I've seen a comment coming in from our NUMEC group that we should raise the issue of journalist pay also in this session. But I think for journalists, and I've admired a couple of journalists within our spaces. I wish Solomon was here, Raymond Mujino was here. These are people I really admire. But also one thing I've learned with the space that we are in, the more you are objective, the more you work hard, the money will come. And I can tell you this, remain objective. Don't do a story to bias anybody. Be very independent. In the upcountry, guys, if you're doing a story, don't do a story because of LC5. Stick to the facts. You're going to grow on that stage, and eventually that money will come. But also, if you prove to yourself that you're an LC5, the LC5 knows that if I want to call Benson, I'll give him 10,000 or 20,000. Nobody will take you as an important person. Build that career. That money is going to come. Thank you.
So this money is going to come from the media owner, or?
I can again still also go into arguments of that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you belittle yourself to 5,000 or 10,000, I think you should stick to the content of the news. Your value will show it. I'm very certain that there are journalists here that even within the spaces where they work, you will not pay Ben 1 million shilling. And I know retainers who are being paid 500 shillings at their workplaces, but simply because of the value that you put in your work. So if you put your value up, the organization that you work in will know that I cannot let this go. Mm-hmm. I have to make sure that this is an important human resource to this organization. And it's a testimony to very many people. Thank you.
So it's 500, clarify, 500 UGX, $500?
500,000 Uganda shilling.
For a retainer?
Some are retainers, some are freelancers. For us, the upcountry people, there are people who are working, not even with transport to go to the field, and are not even paid. Some are paid 150,000 a month. To be honest, that's not fair.
Yeah. But we love our jobs, right? Let's get to Andrew quickly, and then we come back to Rosemary. I'll come back to you, Amy. But I think he's telling us there's something about the welfare of journalists that makes them struggle between relevance and actually survival, right? And if you just convert all those figures to US dollars, you know that it's even really terrible. We should be ashamed of what's happening to us. Yes, Andrew, briefly.
Thank you so much. I think I will start from that point of maybe the funding or the financing of the journalists. So I want journalists in this room to understand that journalism is not a job. Journalism is more of like a vacation. All right? So when you're into something like a vacation, don't expect really so much if you haven't worked hard. For you to become someone maybe reputable in a community, to be known as a journalist, there needs to be some works that you've done that really can tell that you're actually someone to be trusted. I saw a journalist, I think 2 days back, complaining on Twitter that he couldn't get people to speak to him. I mean, why is it so? So you have to ask yourself as a journalist also, why am I treated like this? Okay? When I was starting out and I was at UBC as an intern, at that time, I think Solomon also was an upcoming reporter. The likes of Penny were also still upcoming. We used to have a scenario in the parliament whereby if at all the parliamentarians had left, some cookies or sumbis on the table, these guys would rush and, try to eat this stuff. So at the end of the day, I'm asking myself, okay, I'm just an intern, I'm just at university, I'm looking at my senior colleagues fighting for a plate of sumbis. And after that, you're coming to a member of parliament wanting some important information. I mean, the guy will look at you and be like, you're even so sorry to that extent. There's really not much you can make. Then the other thing goes back to the unions that we have, okay? There is a scenario where some body of journalists, actually the president handed over an empty file. Meaning that literally there was no work done during that term of that individual. So how do you expect to be beaten as a journalist and then such a body comes to fight for you? Okay?
Yeah.
Then just one more thing about the owners. You have a man who has been maybe a Chikubo businessman. Okay? They have told him, once you set up a TV, you will get advertising coming in and bringing in money. Okay? He doesn't have anything related like to journalism in him. Nothing like, any interest. For him, his interest is money. We have very experienced journalists leaving the arena, heading to communications, not even thinking about establishing media houses. So you think an engineer will set up a media house and give you priority. These guys are in for business. So the end point is, what am I trying to say? As journalists, can we also strive to start up these media houses or have media startups? That way you can understand the pain of Andrew as a journalist, because you've ever been in the field, you've ever been hit by rain. So when a journalist comes to you and says, sir, I need a jacket, you can understand, sir, 10,000 can't be enough for me to go to, to a police station, then be back at the station, then get something to eat. You can understand. But the problem that we have apparently is that you have a pack of things, a lot of people in a thing, and then there is no one being paid, and actually there is no one doing anything. You have a media house that has over 5 TVs. I was part of a TV that was starting in Western Uganda. I won't mention the group. But you would find that we had to bite wires to connect cameras on. You get me? And you're asking yourself, why get into a venture when you're not ready? Why can't you satisfy something that you're already good at? You get me? So, as journalists, we have to strengthen our unions. And as journalists, as we grow old, and maybe I should caution Joachim, I wouldn't love to hear you that now you have become a communications person of UNICEF. It would really break my heart after all this time that you've been in journalism. And so that's why I started by saying that journalism is not a job. A job, you will earn something and get over it and get, into some other job. Journalism is a vocation, okay? You're in this for a lifetime. You want to leave a legacy. You want to inform the community, okay? So some of us maybe are in the wrong profession. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for your insights. We have other things to speak about, and so I am going to try to cut some of you short, because there's the next session coming on. Anyone from online, we are giving you a chance to tell us something. The back end team, is there any comments from online? Cedric, just check if you can read it out, or if somebody wants something. Joachim, good luck with the job at UNICEF, if they ever even think of. But let's not forget what Dr. Emily said. She says half of the people who are trained to be journalists never even start their assignment as journalists. So that's where that's an issue. And also, we have been there. We have had professional journalists on the top of the newsrooms. They have run them, but I don't know whether they had all the obligations, because I believe that the difference between the practice of journalism and the business of journalism, and I think, Esther, that's where you're concerned. That was the business of journalism, coming to ask you for money, but then also the practice of journalism, which has all these other things that are associated with it. So if there's no one online, then maybe we can be kind to Sylvester and allow him to say something, and then we come. Oh, wow. Ben, you know me, how I'm very kind to everyone. You better come and rescue me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sylvester Onyang is my name. I'm here in 2 jackets. One of them as a journalist, and then the other as a media owner. I'm running a radio station in Nakapiripirit, which is in Karamoja. I want to take up from what Buembo mentioned. Actually, Buembo, I'm very happy to see you again. We worked one time with him at the Monitor. He said we should help the helpable. And actually, this is what we're doing with our journalists down there. Please follow the ethics so that we start negotiating with these people on a survival basis. The same RDC, whom you report to me as intimidated the reporter, is the guy who is going to convince the NGOs to do radio talk shows at our radio, you know. So there is no way I can start conflicting with the RDC or the LC5. These are the people who are negotiating for us. Remember Karamoja? We are very poor there. We don't advertise Coca-Cola or MTN. They know we cannot afford. So we depend on development partners and local governments, okay? So this is what we tell our reporters. And somehow we are moving on.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for that again. Context in Karamoja, the advertisers don't go there. So the context, I think, of journalism, the relevance of journalism is going to also depend, I guess, from what I'm hearing, on the context. But let's allow Rosemary to say something.
Thank you very much. For me, I wanted to bring reassurance that the platforms, the technology have changed, but journalism will not change because it has an original purpose. And the purpose of journalism is not just to throw information there. We are taking care of the information needs of the communities, but for empowering of communities to participate, to claim their rights, to take up their citizenship. Oh, does that make sense? Yes. So the purpose of journalism is still relevant. In fact, more relevant now with all this, the avalanche of information that we have. So the question is, how do we become the go-to source? Because there are too many sources of information. This weekend I was mad. I was in Afrigo. You have seen the things moving around about Matovu. Somebody just cuts short a clip, okay, posts half a clip, and makes a story, makes a certain perspective, and everybody picks it. So actually my shock was that, okay, is this how these social media stories come? So the credibility of some of the social media platforms I had been, going to for information was at stake. I tried to explain, I earned myself some few insults, like they are always there on Twitter. But it made me realize that we need to have a go-to credible source of information on these platforms where everybody is just throwing information. And that's my challenge to us.
Okay, thank you very much. And indeed, again, the wave of disinformation and misinformation is there. But like I think Joachim said, and I think Dr. Emily indicated, those people have no obligation to your ethics 101. Yeah? Maybe that act, but that's for another day. But the point is, they have no obligation. I mean, how are you going to get them? But now you, other journalists, you put that, and then there will be a problem with you. But it's also a complexity when a media house of its own repute does the things that other people are doing. And I think this is the point. How are you going to stand out to be relevant? Are you now going to follow the dramatists, or are you going to stay with the rule book of journalism? So back to the team this side. You've had so much, and I'm sure people have more things to tell you, but we want you to make some pointers before we actually close this session. Any responses, some of their questions?
Okay, let me start. Actually, Jan, one of the things that makes me very happy to attend these sessions is I learn more from the contributions than what I've brought. So there's always so much out there. And I'm very thankful. Thank you for all your contributions. I think there were just really additions mostly. And I think, Uma, yes, the point I was making by asking that question was precisely that we must have a balance. We can't, there's no one way of journalism, of doing journalism. You can't say we are all going constructive, we are all going wherever. There has to be a balance, and the stories themselves have to have a balance to them. So for me, that's really, really important. And then, I think that lady carry on with the trends. I totally agree. The thing I want to highlight is, I think it was Benson who said it, that eventually the money will come. Please. Eventually it will come. And it's a generation thing, I think. You know, someone starts doing your job today, and you've been doing it for 19 years, 20 years, and they want to drive the car you're driving. It doesn't work like that, people. So patience, patience, patience. While we advocate that the industry must behave, must pay people well, must do its part, those who are joining the industry must also be able to exercise some patience, do their best. Retooling is part of your job. It's not the responsibility of your employer. Your employer can give you funding, but if you're not interested, they can't even give you that funding. So interest and personal responsibility to growth is actually very much your responsibility. So eventually the money will come. Work hard, do your best. And then, Andrew, I also share with you, it will break my heart if Joachim becomes the spokesperson of, of UNICEF. So let's keep, at least let some journalists stay in the room and tell the stories and drive that relevance we are talking about. And I'm ending with Rosemary. Thank you for re-emphasizing that point. Journalism will always be relevant, regardless. It might be difficult to do the job. It might be more competitive now. There might be new nuances now, but it doesn't take away the fact that it remains actually more relevant. Thank you all for your contributions. I've really enjoyed. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, over to you, Mr. Buwembo. Any thoughts, apart from taking the UNICEF job, which we don't permit you to take?
Okay, before I proceed to enjoy the UNICEF dollars, I will start where you left off by reaffirming or strengthening what Rosemary has told us. It's like the Balokole tell us about Jesus, the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. What we need to know is the technology changes. That is the system of delivery. There used to be what they were called town criers. The king has a message. Someone goes out there with a big voice and shouts the new proclamation from the king. That happened in all cultures, by the way. Whether it was the royalty naturally or the king or queen in England, they would send out someone with a very powerful voice to make the announcement. Some of us have been through the printing presses, which had... if I describe to you the technology which was there in the 90s, which we saw, you may think it's in the it's for the museums, but we've seen it working. So science develops at an ever-increasing rate. I can say almost with certainty that in my lifetime, I will live to see news being consumed in your body. It was a big whatever, it got down smaller to a telephone, but I think one day it will either be through chips and you will be getting it. Or yeah, we are getting there already. So one day, before a decade elapses, I think you will not need any of the gadgets, big or small. You will be consuming it in your body somehow. But there will still have to be a journalist who gives you the credible information. Much as the rumor machine gets stronger using the technology, but the credible information, the useful information have to be through the journalist. So it's up to you journalists who are joining now or who have been in it for a few years to ensure that you remain there, you remain on top to do the journalism. Someone has to do the journalism. And I think the best journalists I commend you people to look at are the sports journalists. For all these years I've been in journalism, I still think the sports guys do their thing. Why? Because they give news to an audience that already has the news. But still, okay, let's say Arsenal is number 3 on the table, and no, number 2, and after a minute, I mean, they go to number 1 in an instant, either by scoring or by the last whistle of the match. And everybody knows. But still they want the reporter, the journalist, to give them that information. And suppose you are the reporter and you say Arsenal moved from number 2 to number 3 instead of number 1. What will happen to you? The fans, they will lynch you. They will lynch you. So sports journalists, they do their thing. They have an audience that already knows what the facts, but they want, the completion of the story. The journalist of sport. So I think in your newsrooms, look at the sports. Not only the sports in your newsroom may not be so good, but look at sports journalists and do it the way. Is there a sports journalist here? Oh, sad. Esther, this thing of money, I don't know a media house that has for 8 million to run a story. I think that should be an advertorial. I don't think it was a story. When you want to say, I want my content to run as is, you have to pay. That one you pay. Where the media becomes now just a platform for advertising. It's not journalism. And the credible media, they actually indicate on top if it's print or that this is an advertorial. The client is telling us to say this, and we are saying it as they are saying it for that kind of money. But if it's the other one, facilitate a reporter, no, that is corruption. And we've addressed the generational thing. The union thing has been coming up and up again. Again, we need to help the helpable. I mean, someone who can be helped can expect more help. And I think this is, yes, for the human rights people. Robert Sempala, and this is where you need to come in, I think, that it's about time journalists should be ready to contribute, however little, for the service that they expect from you. Not to pay you, but we need a union where people do contribute, however little. Let it be 50,000 a year. People never appreciate what they are not paying for. People are spoiled by free things. People only value where they are. So the last time I belonged to Uganda Journal, Wuja, I remember very well, we went for a dinner with the Yoweri Museveni, and he offered money. Poor Kalinaki tried to say, hey, what is this? How do we start taking money from this guy whom we are supposed to oversee? And Kalinaki was shouted out of the room, and Museveni gave 150 million, and you all know what happened to it, I think. Nothing happened to it. Someone ate it. Yeah? So, free money, free help, free whatever. We should encourage you. HRNJ may not go into the business of unionizing journalists, but let us encourage finally a union for the journalists, not one which is imposed by some group, not one which is going to, but if the journalists, those who are contributing to a certain union, they should be the ones, I mean, everybody should be helped. But when those ones get in trouble, first of all, they can also, they have the muscle. 1,000 people contributing 50,000 each. Man, that is a serious organization. If it doesn't end up with the leaders again also. For pay, where is the contribution? Hopefully. Why shouldn't it be, why can't it be encouraged to swallow up the others, maybe? I know that USPA is very serious. So people, we should also, you know, I was invited here because I was the one who doesn't care about saying the things which hurt. Let us up our game a bit. Also, to first of all, train. Secondly, cover the right content. And also, finally, be willing to contribute a little bit for our safety. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. I think a big round of applause is really in order. So much to learn, and we thank you, Dr. Emily and Mr. Buembo, for your candid conversations with us, and I'm sure those who are taking notes will go and do something about it. Over to you, Ben, but let me first read something from online as we swap. Seeing something from Irene Abalo. She says, I beg to agree with the previous speaker. To disagree rather. Do journalists need specs? Okay. I beg to disagree with the previous speaker. Journalism is not a vocation. It is a profession that has its ethics and codes of conduct. The problem is how we do the practice and improve day by day. The thing about journalists is that we pretend a lot about what we need and what we have. Like Benson Ongom said, aspire to improve yourself, and the value you bring on the table will be better, thus attracting more money. So I think this is a call to personal responsibility of why you are here, and also a reminder that this is a profession. I see from Kumira Walter Totembo, I am closely following the discussion from Gulu. However, journalists are said to be the fourth estate of the government, but they are the people whose rights and welfare keeps on shrinking down day and night. And what my understanding is, we have become a fighting ground for the rich and people in power because of the situation we are in now. I don't know how we found ourselves there. And then Irene Abalo says, continue talking to journalists to educate themselves and to improve on what they bring to their audiences and remain relevant. That has also been said. Felix, thank you. He says, I think our employers need to give us time to do our work. Sometimes they are suppressing the newsroom they are used to suppress the newsroom by those in authority just because they don't want to be exposed from their evil actions. Thanks, Edna. Edna is from Arua. She says, Vincent's view on the media owners focusing more on the business, but I do believe that protection of journalists from the perpetrators should be emphasized, and field reporters should go through a lot. Field reporters go through a lot on a daily basis, but other issues have been mentioned like the pay, and there needs to be more done to see that they have journalists have safe spaces for them to operate. So the conversation is also going on online, and we'll share, if you want any links to reach other people, just reach to any of us and we'll share it with you. But now, Ben, over to you. It's your problem. You shouldn't have called me.
No. I'm glad I did, actually. You did an incredible job. A big hand clap for Jan, please. And a big hand clap for Dr. Emily. And for Mr. Buembo, who, please, if the man gets his contract from UNICEF, don't get in the way. He has earned it. You made life difficult for me. I'd already sent my CV to Miriam. Now I don't know what to do because I'm suddenly being told I can't apply for big jobs at DW Academy. Yeah, you people, leave us alone. We need to prosper. I have 2 children. They need school fees. Oh, my Miriam, I'm coming to see you. You don't worry about this, guys. No, it's a very, thank you, Dr. Emily. It's a very powerful discussion that has to be had. And we need to be honest, okay? You're paying a journalist 650,000 shillings, which they are struggling with. UNICEF is coming and saying, we're going to give you $2,500, $3,000 that is not taxed. And you want that man to uphold your values and say he's staying in the newsroom, please, you. If it were you, would you say no? Yeah? Let's be honest, Benson. If UNICEF comes and says, Mr. Wangom, we have a gig for you to come and be our communications expert in Juba. Yeah? The guy will send Keen a message saying, so I have gone, I will send the ID by courier. We need to be a bit honest about those things, and I think that I always tell my people, I've been running media houses for a better part of maybe 15, 18 years now, and I always tell my people, I'm never going to pay you what you're worth. And so what I do is I encourage them, use this as a platform, stick true to your values, use this as a platform, 1, to grow, 2, to go and get other gigs, get consultancies. Go do other things. Talk to Mr. Sempala. He has a lot of money from donors. Let him give you side gigs to work for him when he's doing a project to supplement what you're earning, because the media in Uganda will never pay you what you're worth. I think we can agree on that. Everywhere, not just in Uganda. So there was a thing about money being paid for stories. I thought I should say something about that very quickly. So here's what happens. I should say this from full disclosure. I currently work as a general manager for Next Production, which is a production arm for Next Media, just next door. And we get to deal with a lot of clients. A big chunk of my work is on the commercial aspect of things. Client sends you an email, okay, and they're saying, Jen, I am launching a borehole tomorrow. Please send me a news crew. So you want me to send an entire... Benson, am I lying? You want me to send a news crew to come and cover you opening a borehole as a news story in Live at 9? Honestly. Is that a news story? It is. If you pay for it. It can be. The context. Yeah, context, right. The context usually for the client is, I want to see my logo and my MD being interviewed in the news. Right? The brief is, I want to see my MD interviewed and my logo as a news story. Sorry? It is not a story. Okay, fine. So give me 8 million shillings and I will make a story out of it somehow. I will provide the context that Idris is talking about, but you're going to pay for it. Because, let's be honest, like Joachim said, that's an advert. I can dress it up. If you want me to, I will find a way of dressing it up, but let's be honest, it's an advert. And so that one, unfortunately, it's where now business meets journalism and how that gets handled, so it becomes very important. There was a thing about football and what Joachim said. I just thought I should share this story for those of us who are football fans. Idris and I are Liverpool fans. I don't know whether that's fortunately or unfortunately at the moment. So this is what normally happens. Big game, Liverpool, Man U, right? So the game has ended. Liverpool has won, obviously, if it's Man U. And then, 2 hours later, I'm sitting in front of the TV. And so Mrs. Mwine is saying, I'm sorry, but no, you need to explain to me. At first, this is what it was. Why aren't you coming to bed? I'm like, football. She said, but the match ended 2 hours ago. I said, yeah, but, you know, analysis. So she once sat down and asked me and said, so now I don't want to feel offended because I'm thinking maybe you're trying to stay away from coming to bed because it doesn't make any sense. The game ended 2 hours ago, right? I said, yes, it did. So the guys who are talking about the game, what are they talking about? I said, well, the game. Okay, so help me understand. They are talking about the things that you have just been watching for the last 2 hours, yes? Yes. So they are repeating the things that you have just seen. I said, yes. So I said, what's your question? If you're not a football fan, you'll never understand. So please, like Joachim said, go learn from the sports journalists. You can sit down and watch sports analysis for 3 hours of the things that you have just seen, things that you already know. But it's just about that context and how it's done. Cool. So let's move on. We have one more session before lunch. I'm assuming that you had enough coffee and chicken and samosas, because I see there's actually still some left over. I'm assuming that means that you're foolish. Yeah? So we'll probably do our lunch at about 1:20 or thereabouts. While it's being set up, let's do our last session. And this is talking about supporting local news to thrive. And this is a very, very important discussion. I think you've heard a lot said about it in the context of today. And I'm going to ask Isaac Imaka, who is the CEO for Busoga Today News, to join me up here, as well as Joseph Akiso, who is the Eastern Bureau Chief for Vision Group for ETOP FM, as well as Sylvia Nancha, who is the editor for Uganda Radio Network and the secretary for the Editors Guild. Please give them a big, big hand clap as they come. So again, what normally happens is that when you talk about news, it almost seems as if that you're talking about stepchildren, yeah? So you'll do news, and then somewhere in the corner, they'll say, oh, by the way, national news, if you're lucky, right? And that continues to shrink more and more and more every day in terms of especially the print perspective, where I think what used to disturb me was how the national news, as we call it, would usually be relegated to appearing maybe a week after it has happened. So usually when you see the... Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like when you see a story of what happened in Jinja, usually it will be for something like 3 weeks ago. And that's what normally happens with the local news. And yet we know that this plays a key role in moving awareness, especially on things to do with accountability. And I think Benson and Mr. Otum touched on this. Because when you're looking at a national perspective, what happens in those places usually has a huge bearing on the bigger picture. I think we all know the issues to do with accountability in Uganda and how much money, for example, if you talk about corruption, gets siphoned off through local governments. I think if you put that together, usually it's maybe 70 to 80% of all the money that is stolen in Uganda will be because of some guy in some district who has no accountability and is getting away with it. And it's only when it's brought to the fore by the news, usually, that someone in Kampala actually pays attention and says, oh, really, the news said what? Let's go and investigate. And I think we've seen stories about that, where investigations have happened because a news outlet broke a story about something that happened somewhere in a BIM or something like that. So what do we do to make sure that there is a role for community-based journalists to have a significant role, the challenges they face and what we can do about those, but also how can we support local journalism to survive, and what content should then be prioritized for that. I'll start with you, Sylvia. When you started Uganda Radio Network, I'd worked with some for a very long time. I think I was at Power FM back in the day. And it was very interesting to see what was happening with URN, and it has completely changed the perspective for local news and how it's perceived. So maybe if you could just share some insights from your perspective, why local news remains important and what you've been able to do to sort of keep it in the mainstream of things.
Thank you so much, Ben. So I start with the URN model, which focuses more on news from the communities. Where I work at the URN, we call it the most authentic stories. And we have in that model 3 different layers of journalists. We have people who have gone to universities, studied journalism, they know the ethics, I don't know if they apply it perfectly well, but yes, they have been taught everything they need to know about journalism. We have people we find in the communities and equip with mobile phones, smartphones, and teach them how to tell stories. And those are the people who are feeding our network from the countryside, mainly with stories that no one else has, and we bring them to the public domain, and we make them national stories. We also have the other layer, which is in the middle. Usually, it's of people who come from that layer of people who have not been trained, but they learn how to do their job perfectly well. They tell the story. They also tap into mid-career training, and at a certain point they become good writers, but maybe at the top there is no space for them, and they continue writing. So we have like 18 different bureaus across Uganda. When you go to Moroto, you will find people who are contributing to Uganda Radio Network. Our best team is from Gulu, and Amy there can attest that many of them came on board through such a program and arrangement, and they are doing a great job telling stories from the community, because we realize that even people in the boardrooms actually want to know what's happening on the ground. They want to know what is happening in the communities, and we notice that people always consume news that is relevant to them, that they can relate to. And if we write a story about a community in Arua, even the people from Arua who are in Kampala will want to read that story, because it's about their own people. If we write about the team in Namlesa, even Imaka will call to say, I want that story. I saw my village being written about. So people want stories that they can relate with. And we are building on that model to ensure that we tell more and more stories. We have more community voices in our news stories. We are trying to do away with the president has said, the ministers have said, so and so has said, to what the community wants the president, the MPs, and the ministers to do for them. So it's more of a model that starts from the bottom and builds a story to the top.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Isaac. You're running a community engagement platform called Busoga Today, which sort of tries to bring news from a particular region to the fore. What has that experience been like for you in the context of what happens with national news in terms of consumption? Again, because of the day and age in which we are, it's easy to follow and track data, especially at least from an online perspective. If you could kindly share some of the findings that you have seen from the time that you've been running Busoga Today, and how you think that relates now to then being able to keep local news in the main picture.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Jan and Tim for giving me this opportunity to come out of my hiding.
Out of hiding, indeed.
Come out of my hiding. I'm Isaac Imaka. I used to work with everyone here, most of the people here, in media at Monitor. But I will start answering by explaining why did we start Busoga Today. And because apart from being a journalist, I'm a community mobilizer. And of course I come from Busoga. And Busoga Today, from my experience of mobilizing Busoga in terms of community development and all the other issues that you get people keep reading about Busoga, there was an information gap. There was a gap because no one was telling the story of Busoga. And the idea, you know, if you keep telling a child that you're dense, the child starts believing that you're not very brilliant. So when the whole world tells Busoga you're poor, and no one brings a solution on how to fight poverty, but they'll tell you you're poor.
If you don't mind, just give it for there are people who might not be very familiar with this context. If you can just kindly highlight some of the stereotypes, because we know that there are some stereotypes about
because that's what's informed.
Right, about Busoga, right? So they say
they will say we understand at 45. Yeah? I enjoy that joke because of course that's not true. I'm a few years to 45.
Maybe you get to 45 and realize that, oh, it was actually right.
Yeah. So the stereotypes, the poverty tag,
right.
And I'm not saying we are the richest,
right.
But there are so many important positive stories that are happening in the region. But even with the negative stories, our people don't access the right information.
Mm.
So yes, they are poor, but then how can they solve poverty? No one is telling them that. No one is taking to them that package. And when we sat at a function in Kamuli last year, and a lot was being said at the function, and I remember telling the person who was sitting with me, I said, you know, the media is not going to cover that. And I told him I'm going to start a newspaper for Busoga. And several months later, we have Busoga Today. Busoga Today is a newspaper that is to tell the story of Busoga. It's a newspaper that is to shape the development conversation in Busoga. It's a newspaper that we are using. You know, when people talk about local news from the newsroom in Kampala, they are kind of saying, you know, it's second tier kind of stuff. Local is the new mainstream for us. Busoga is a region with maybe 3 million, 4 million people. And if you're going to mobilize from the grassroots, bottom-up approach to development, then the people must be informed. And that's why we are doing Busoga Today. Now, back to the question that you asked. And of course, people ask you, like, why did you not do an app? You know, why didn't you go digital? But the young man in Kamuli, in Viende, doesn't even have MBs for the app. So we tell the stories different. It's a mix of hard news depending on what has happened before you print, because it's a monthly. But most of the stories, and I'll ask Jan to give out a few copies that I managed to bring here for the last month, are stories that actually tell the story deep. Be relevant. The people are discussing about relevancy here. Be relevant. We tell these stories to dig deep, to inform, so that you can stay with this paper in your house and read it 3 months later, because there's something it's a paper of reference for us in Busoga. Now, how has been the reaction? How has been the reception of this newspaper in I have done so many things in Busoga. Never have I been called by a random reader, not a random person, to pray for me. To pray that you keep on track. To pray for you that you don't stop publishing. And because they have read the newspaper in Mbarara and they are Busoga, because they have seen the newspaper and the story that you're publishing. Now, to me, that means that this newspaper is probably most likely responding to something or filling a gap that has not been there. For now, we've been giving out free copies. And it's my strategy for the first 7 months of until January. So up to December, I publish 10,000 copies and actually supply them to the villages, to the communities, to people, relevant places of people that need this information. So, in as far as measuring access and readership and response, it is the debate that the paper is doing in Jinja, that people actually take time off, people take time off and say, this is brilliant. People call, people send messages on those numbers there and say, continue. And they tell the following writers to not stop writing. To me, that is a kind of reception and a kind of feedback that is extremely important. And we hope the newspaper will contribute to change the narrative and also informing the people on how to fight poverty and how to go around with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing us some copies. I'm hoping everyone is looking at what I'm looking at as well. I think that in itself also deserves a big hand clap. Well, the interesting headline for this edition, Ginger Chokes on Garbage. I guess that sort of puts pressure on the local leaders to try and do something about this as well. Before I come to you, Joe, I think it's important to note the intricacy, especially of what happens with Busoga. So Busoga is one of those places that is in a difficult position, right? It's not far from Kampala, and yet they are sort of treated as if, because if you go to Masaka, Masaka is sort of still considered, and yet Masaka is much further than Busoga is. So you'll find that in many cases, Mbale, which is way beyond Busoga, gets a lot more attention than. It's like you're just stuck somewhere under there and you have to fight to be able to put your head up. So it's a good thing to say that you're doing that. Mr. Akiso, ETOP for the longest time was actually sort of almost the front runner or the forebearer of local news. When the newspaper, the radio, it's like it was its own ecosystem. What is it that has made it thrive? Because up to now, obviously, it's something that has been able to stand on its own, where a lot of other local news outlets, for example, will have struggled. And it would be safe maybe to assume that it's not even because it's under the umbrella of an organization as big as Vision Group. I think if you put ETOP on its own, it probably would be able to stand. If you could share some insights from that, and then we'll go back around the panel to just find out what you think we can be able to now then do to help local news to thrive. And then we'll get some feedback from our plenary, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you very much. ETOP has two platforms. There is ETOP Radio, and then there is ETOP newspaper. Unfortunately, during the COVID period, ETOP newspaper folded, which is a typical challenge that most of the community platforms face. Because then the funding, had a shrink. Advertising was dropped off because we're competing between the walk-in advertising with also the online advertising. So at the moment, we're basically running, the radio. The strength of the radio is its connectivity with the audience. We so much pride in doing research, so that the content that we do develop is based on research. So every time after, like every other year, we make sure that we do a research a study, then we're able to find out what are the community needs. Because we don't want to be the ones to design the programming at the side of the station. We want to be able to have functional information that responds to the needs of the community. Because our core value is that the platform should be owned by the community. Because if the community does not see itself participating, engaging in the product, then they will say it's their product. So our core every day is finding out whether the community does feel like they have the ownership of the platform. So I think basically that's what gives us to be number one in the region if you did the surveys, because every other time our innovations try to be done with the audience-centered. Our programming is audience-centered. Basically making the radio provide for the common good. There are very many issues that the community go through. Issues of hunger, tradition and culture, education. So we tailor all our programming towards the actual needs of the people. An example I can give, we have a very big program of 2 hours which focuses on farming. Now the farming program is highly functional in a way that it leads you from stage to stage in the process of your agricultural journey. It's not just giving you hard content on this is how you can do agriculture. No, we try to give you a step-by-step process so that you are in self embedded into the process. So that's what gives ETOP a very, an advantage over others. And definitely we so much also pride in the formulation of the listenership clubs, because that's how the audiences are able to participate in the radio. Every other month, we go to the community and meet the listenership clubs, talk to them. What are they thinking about the product? Are there things they think we can change? Do they have the content which they think we can embrace and add it into our programming? So by so doing, it gets to be very easy. And the fellows in the community actually also act as our mini freelance sales executives, because they actually go and negotiate for us business from the districts. So if we are entering into a certain district which might find us hostile, we normally try to identify the people in the community who then work with us to the sources, and then we're able to sign deals. So this gives us what I would say a very core advantage over others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it does raise a point. I just wanted to take a dig at Isaac. I'm just seeing a story about Nyege Nyege and chapatis costing 3,000 shillings. I mean, that's a Busoga Today story. It caught my attention. And it's interesting when you think about that from a content perspective. And so let's talk about that even as we hear from you in terms of what you think is really important for helping local news thrive. The content that comes out, right, from a local perspective, how do you create that balance? Because even the main media outlets, the main news and all of that are going to be trying to get content from you. How do you differentiate your content to make sure that you are standing out, right, to be relevant to your local community, to be able to thrive? How do you balance that? What do you do in terms of the content that is going to go into here? How different will it be from what I will find in the Daily Monitor or in the New Vision or wherever that makes it important, not only for the people in Busoga, but even beyond?
Thank you very much. So our content is twofold. If you look into that paper, there is content from partners. We have partners. So like, for instance, the Busoga Health Forum is our content partner. So they can choose to say, this time we are going to write about jiggers and how to cure jiggers.
Another stereotype.
Another stereotype. And that is from them.
Is it true though?
They pay. I have quite traveled around the country and I find jiggers everywhere.
Just checking.
So content with partners. So different partners push out content that is relevant to the community. So if I'm doing content partnership, of course I don't come and do partnership with an organization that is in Karamoja, because then that content won't be relevant to my people in Busoga. Now there's also content that is the usual stuff, celebrating the people doing great things in the community, celebrating people who are hardworking in the community. That kind of stuff may not be given attention by the national media houses, because they don't even maybe know these people, because maybe there's just one page or even half a page for local news. Mm-hmm. Now Busoga Today then goes on and celebrates the society, talks about the people that are in Namulesa, that person who is doing who has been doing Baragi for the last 45 years and she has taken her kids to Harvard. You get the point? That is a story that may not be in New Vision, but if you put it in, so we balance, we celebrate our communities, we partner with relevant people to give us the professional content. We have lawyers writing in the paper to explain to Busoga about their rights. We have also have doctors doing that. We have human rights experts that are writing about human rights issues in Busoga. Now, all those stories are written in a way that they are near to the reader. You relate. It's not far-fetched. You mention a village and someone can say, I know that village. You mention a person and their family and people know them. So that is how we balance the content that we have. And of course, there'll be a story or two or even a brief about Arsenal, because I mean that is the trend for young people. But if you're writing football or sports, write about a cricketer who is from Namulesa and how they have changed their community. Write about a footballer who is living in Ugembe and they've changed their community. And then throw in like Arsenal there, here and there with a brief. So we balance the content, we focus it as a two-pronged approach. Partnerships with experts, but also tell the real stories and celebrate success and call out bad leadership.
Injustices and all of that. So basically you're saying that there are a lot of important things that are key to the community that will have been left out by the bigger media houses that need to be caught up on. So let me come then to Sylvia, because from your perspective at URN, you happen to be in a unique position where you're doing local content, but not for a region. You're doing local content from a national perspective. So what are the key things that you're looking out for? What have been the things that you seem to find being the most picked up on from your clients, if I can call them that have caught the most attention, that maybe people like Joe and Isaac can then pick up on and sort of begin to build on to solidify their place in the local news space?
Stories that affect the common man. Joachim was here asking, what is the biggest story today? If I sent a journalist out there, something that they can think about, we mainly ask our journalists to look out for the issues in their communities, because wherever you look, there's an issue to write about. It might be an issue about the environment, it might be an issue about water and sanitation, it might be an issue about our education. So we focus more on the issues. And even when we are talking about the economy, we tell our journalists, you're writing for ordinary people. People don't eat GDP. So don't tell them GDP, don't tell them all these figures, you know, Uganda's inflation has grown by this 0.2% and all that, because they do not understand it. Can we simplify this information from an issue if the economy is bad? Do we have the capacity to tell people why the economy is bad? So that even when it has, we pick it from the national perspective, it has a local outlook that I usually use an example of my grandmother in Kochi. I come from Kochi. If they will be able to understand what you are writing for them. If they cannot relate with what you have written, then you are not serving the purpose. So what is very, very important for us is to understand, what are we writing? Who are we writing for? If you're writing for the common man, someone who probably went to school but not so far in that journey, then you're not going to write science while writing an environment story. So we focus on issues. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you're picking an issue that is affecting the people in a particular community. And if it's happening in Masaka, I'll ask you as a journalist, why should a person in Mbale be interested? You justify that, then that story comes to the public domain. If you cannot explain why something happening in Masaka can be related or relatable to the situation elsewhere, then we have a lacuna in our story. But we try as much as possible to bring the issues from the communities, give them a national outlook, present those issues. If there's a challenge, we take them to the secondary sources now, the people in authority. Because I said when I was starting, we don't start with them. They are not our primary sources. So then we take these issues to the people in authority to look for a solution, to look for answers that the community wants. You talked about someone asking for coverage for a borehole. Probably that is a community that does not have access to water, and that is the first borehole that that community is getting. Then it comes to our, you know. So we try as much as possible to bring community issues to the table, find answers from up, take them back to the community.
Thank you very much. Joseph, if could give some insight from your experience, what you've done, and I guess this would be also for the benefit of Isaac. You've talked about what happened to Etop, the newspaper, and yet you have Busoga today, which obviously seems to have some big ambitions. Yeah. What would you say is the most important thing from your perspective that Isaac, for example, would need to pay attention to make sure that Busoga today doesn't end up like Etop, the newspaper, in the next two years or so? Because obviously, from what we're hearing, it has a very key role to play. It's a very important thing, but it's not going to be able to raise money, for example, the same way that New Vision or Daily Monitor would. What would be your one or two words of wisdom from your experience that Isaac can be able to glean off of. And then we'll hear also from Sylvia and Isaac in terms of what you think needs to be done to ensure that local news remains at the fore, or rather as part of the bigger national discussion when we talk about news.
Thank you. Isaac needs to appreciate that the market is quite difficult. Advertising revenue is shrinking every other time. Competition is coming in from different platforms, especially online. A person who has access to a phone is a competitor. There are very many content creators who have joined the market, and they are going to try to consume the little, revenue that is available. It's just about continuing to be more relevant, so that the advertisers can find you in a very advantaged, position. The other thing is thinking outside the box. You may not be able to sustain revenue in terms of actual advertising or circulation figures, but you can look for alternative, revenue. We talked about funding. You can get into projects as a newspaper. You get into specific projects that can give you alternative, revenue. Investing in online websites, the paywalls can also be another way. Going digital is just the thing to do, because readership, especially on hard copies, seems to be shrinking. It may not die off, but it's getting down by day. So there is a need to run a two-way system. Have the hard copy sales on circulation, but also go online. Then more importantly, continuously invest in innovation. One of the ways can be, having an app and hoping to get, money from it through subscription. The other alternatives could, basically be going full board, website. It could also give you alternative sources of revenue, because most newspapers fold not because they don't have the stories, but their financial muscle gets to be conflicted, so they cannot be able to incur the cost of printing and the operational costs. And yet you have, at the end of the day, to have a balance sheet where you can have some, you can present some profits. Because my MD used to tell me, I'm not interested in how big your circulation is. What I present to the AGM is a balance sheet. So whether you're going to have very strong circulation, and at the end of the day, himself or the MD is going to present a negative, it will still fold. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, what do you think do to try and help local news thrive?
We need to do good journalism. Good journalism will win back public trust, because one of the reasons people say they no longer buy newspapers is that they don't trust what we are writing. They don't trust what we are telling them. We need to regain that space. So if we write stories, we give them the analysis that keeps you on TV 3 hours after an Arsenal match. Did you say Arsenal? Arsenal.
Liverpool.
Okay, Liverpool. I know Arsenal for Sempala. If we give them that kind of context that social media is not giving them, if we go out of using social media as a source of information for us, and people have read information on Facebook, we also give them the same content, then we are not adding any value. So we need to claim our space, because we are losing it out of laziness. I think it's truly laziness that we are losing that space. But the moment we regain it, even Isaac will get advertisers in his paper. People want to relate with successful brands. And the brand starts with you, it starts with me. I'm a brand myself. So if I let my brand die, then people will not want to relate with me, neither will they want to relate with what I do. So good journalism will bring us the money.
Thank you very much. So that's a good point. I think the issue of, you called it laziness, right? Because there are stories that need to be told, and it's about how you dig them out. I should point out, we've just written a couple of pieces that have caught some national attention. I'm sure most of the people in this room will have seen the story that we did with NBS Investigates, just to, when was it, last week? That has thieves on the streets of Kampala here, which has been trending up to now, actually. And I think that there are stories like that literally in every corner of this country. And if you're able to go and find those, it definitely piques interest across the board. Because if you have a big story in Teso that is of national interest, people definitely want to know a bit more about what's happening with that. And maybe it actually helps even to put you on the international spotlight, because some of these stories end up actually going way beyond just the locale in which they're coming from. So you do raise a very good point there, Sylvia. Isaac, from your side, what do you think needs to be done to help local news thrive?
Thank you very much. Threefold. To the journalists, please do, as she has said, do good journalism. Understand what news reporting is. My editor at Monitor, Alex Atuhere, used to always tell me, go and do more reporting on that one. Yeah? What does that mean? So for the journalists, to support local journalism, let's do good reporting, and let's understand who a journalist is, and what is information and what is news, all those things. To the advertisers and potential partners, please don't send us away. Let's partner in these things. That's the only way you can support local journalism or local news. At the readers, please read. Please read and enjoy the reading. Our role as journalists is to give you the good stuff, the good food. Please eat it. Don't leave it on the table. And that is how I think we can support local news.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Let's open this up to a couple of thoughts. We'll start with over here. Obviously, it's something that has a lot of interest. So I'll start over here. I should just warn everyone who is coming to say something that you are the only thing standing between us and food. So kindly be advised. Okay? Do with that information what you want. Idris, we'll start with you and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, and I would like to thank the panelists, Sylvia, Isaac, and Joe. I think they've done a very good job. Mine is directed to Isaac. I know you have a lot of experience in print journalism, but also you know the dynamics of print journalism. The idea is good. The way you have the idea behind the publication is good. But then, I don't know whether they have covered all. You know, in this country, someone hinted about it, people are running away from newspapers. I see even the monitors and the divisions that produce good content. That I mean, I don't think any of them now does even 10,000 copies a day. And they have good content. I don't know, somehow there's that decline in circulation. Maybe like Joe said, I don't know whether going for a digital platform would have been better. The print also comes without our associated costs. The circulation alone, making sure that it's in all corners of the region. But also the reading culture. I don't know, the reading culture. I don't know whether in Busoga the reading culture is higher. Is this paper targeting the elites in Busoga? Does it target the ordinary people at 2,000 shillings per copy? You get it. How are you? In other words, I want to thank him for the initiative, but also I wanted him to help maybe throw more light on how, probably to encourage some of us or people here, how he's surmounting some of those things. Because having been long in the industry, I know Isaac.
Right.
I think he's aware of. I know
he has a plan. Yeah. Thank you very much, Idris. Let's go around. I should point out that Busoga Today is online as well, busogatoday.com, and they've got quite a robust digital platform that is there. So yeah, let's go, and then we'll come and go around.
Good afternoon,
mindful
everyone.
of time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Amy. I want to start by appreciating my editor, Sylvia. I've been having a similar concerns every now and then when I have engagement with my colleagues about what kind of news do we trade in, because I see a lot of people, you're writing about Kampala, you're writing about Gulu, you're writing about Ginger, but how does it relate to the person you are talking to? Because in this case, we need the public trust. When we go to the social media are not producing the contents that we want, but how can we bring back that trust? We have the local people with us. Like she said, we train the intermediate, the up, the bottom, up, down. These are the people that relates with the people down there, with the community.
Right.
And that is the only way that we, the media practitioners, can bring back the people on board.
Right.
And then when you have trust, of course you'll have the businesses coming up. I think
Okay.
that's the better way to go. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Julian Mashad.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Clement Halumaribo. I want to thank the presenters for the wonderful presentation that they have made. However, mine goes to Sylvia, I think, and Joe. I want to know their thoughts, because here we are talking about content and helping local news to thrive. Then how do you help? I mean, how do you help the local news to thrive? These days, there's a trend, especially in radios, where reporters are put on pressure to give tips of what they are going to produce that day. And I see that alone is putting a lot of pressure on these reporters, because I don't think you can produce a good content within one day. They have to move here and there, and so it's a lot of, I want to know I want to know your thoughts on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Atom. And then we'll finish.
Thank you,
those two.
Ben. I want to ask this. I want to ask Joe and Sylvia, as pertaining the topic. How do we deal with the situation of a local news coming up to cover a local news that is still burning so fast and it kills the other one, to make it come out exhaustively? Example, in Kitgum, I think PDM money started getting lost from there. It did not take weeks. Government drugs of over 1.5 billion was stolen. And before the investigation on PDM was done, NDA team was already in Kitgum, and people shifted all their attention to the latter news. So how do you deal with that to keep it all running at the same time?
Thank you. Let's start with Jen over here before we go to the other side.
Thank you very much. My name is Jane Angom. Currently, I work for the Cross Border Network, and I'm a media viability consultant as well. I want to thank the panelists that have done justice to this topic that we are discussing. How can we ensure that local news stays relevant and it keeps going? And I want to pick it up from Watum here. He's just raised something that has gotten me thinking about what I call waste in the newsroom. We gather so much content and put out so little. And then we are quick to jump on to the next thing that happens without concluding what we were on. And what can we do to avoid this kind of waste? And it goes back to, I think, what we need to be doing, and that is content strategy. It also answers a little bit about what my colleague on my table was asking about. If we have a content strategy, then you don't leave everything hanging. You pay attention to what is happening, but you have room to come back to what you had started on based on strategy. So how do you put out content in different formats for different platforms at different times to answer or to respond to all these things that are happening, which are all critical, and without losing focus or without leaving certain bits unattended to?
Right.
So what are you doing with these stolen drugs at this moment? But what did you do with the PDM cash and what was still remaining? You don't lose it as a media house because you have a strategy that you can go back to and probably bring it back in a magazine, bring it out in a different discussion, bring it out in another platform, in a different way. You've packaged it in a different way. And this can only be possible if we put some thought to the way we churn out our content. Otherwise, we keep doing the jump and run, and we lose a lot.
Thank you.
And yet we have so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. All right, final two, and then we just have final respond to that in hopefully under a minute. Please structure your summary in advance.
My name is Milton Emi Akwam. I work for TND News. TND News stands for the Northern Daily. I just want to commend Isaac for this initiative, but also he talked about giving free copies. I know giving free copies with no value attached to it is actually one critical issue when it comes to business. How is this one going to affect you? How won't it actually affect you? Then I think also you need to take an initiative, just like colleagues have said, to go online, because that will also expand on your market. You will also get a number of opportunities there. And I also don't think what you just said is right, that because you are not online, because people in Busoga don't have smartphone. Start online version, people will actually buy a smartphone.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll finish there. Yeah. One.
Thank you so much. My name is Mueruka Pasco. I work for Farm Radio International. All that has been said, I just want to respond to your question, what can be done to make local news thrive? I think three things here that I picked from other speakers, and I just needed to re-echo. One is, do we know our audience we are serving? And I was pleased by Joseph's submission of doing audience research. I think that is key and cardinal. We should, if we are to make local news thrive, that should be our key thing, according to me. Then two, about the different formats. You can do a story, or you can package a program using different formats, and this will always be appetizing, and people will need to listen always and always, again and again. It's the same information, but using different formats that will be appealing to people. Let it be radio, let it be TV, or any other thing. And then finally is the language. If we have understood our audience, what language do they understand? If you're doing a newspaper, how many people know how to read English and interpret it and get the meaning out of it? I was happy to see a version of Lusoga inside. I was like asking myself, who are we targeting for this paper? And when I saw that in Lusoga, I said, okay, maybe the local people are also covered here and they are catered for. So we need to know our audience we are serving and what information we are giving out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because of time, I have to wrap the session up here for now. I'll hand over back. Of course, Isaac, you're the center of attention at the moment. Lots of feedback for you to pick up on. And I think food for thought. If you want to respond to anything, you can do that. Note that you do have only 1 minute. And then, Sylvia, if there's anything that has come up that you think you need to respond to, you'll do that as well as Joe very briefly, and then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I want to thank the gentleman from ETOP for the piece of advice, and everyone else who has very fast. So to start with my friend who talked about free copies. So the free copies, just for clarity, are for the first half a year. Starting January, we are selling the newspaper. I don't know how to respond without giving away the recipe, but
yeah, don't give our business secrets. Otherwise, we might go and start one and
exactly.
And out to you.
And then, of course, the language bit. If you want a newspaper to fail, for now, do it in Lusoga. There have been 2 newspapers in Busoga, in Lusoga. They failed. When we did research, in different schools, they used to send these papers, copies to schools. And they told us, actually, students would return them because Lusoga is difficult to read. All of us were taught in Uganda, and I was in a village school in Busoga, not even in Jinja town. So, because Lusoga by then was not taught to us, it is difficult to read Lusoga. That's why we put in a poll out that for those, and it's called Agave from the palace, to teach people Lusoga actually. And 3, Busoga is extremely, intensely cosmopolitan. This is a Busoga newspaper, not Basoga newspaper. It is Busoga, even those who live in Busoga. Like my sister here. So you must take care of the audience. It is Busoga, not Basoga today. So I didn't do it for, Then the most important point of information that I got from my good friend. This is a marathon. I actually don't know if I will even drive a good car from this newspaper. But as I said, it is part of a wide strategy to address poverty in Busoga. And we didn't do it out of emotion. We're actually businessmen. And for business, we've chosen strategic patience. Kampala has 3 million people, if we are to go by the EC figures. Newspapers that are national don't even sell 500,000 copies combined. Is it true that Kampala people are not have a lower literacy rate? Why is Monitor reducing its copy or selling less and less by the day? Maybe it's not because people aren't reading. Maybe there's something to do with content. I don't know. But for us at Busoga today, we've chosen strategic patience, and we've chosen to understand the current dynamics in the newspaper industry and say, how do we plug the gap and actually make hay when the sun is still shining?
Right.
We hope we'll be right. If it fails, too bad.
We cancel in the name of Jesus.
But we are here for a long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Sylvia?
Thank you so much, friends, for the feedback, for the questions. Idris's question was to Imaka, that has been responded to. Amy was just emphasizing what I said earlier. Clement asked, stations put reporters under pressure to give tips on what they are going to do? Clement, that's what you asked. And I actually do the same in my newsroom. Because you can't wake up in the morning, come to the newsroom and you're blank and waiting for me, your editor, to tell you go and cover something at the media center. So what I do is I sit and listen to someone pitching to me what story they are going to do, why they think it's important, who they are writing it for, who they are going to talk to on a daily basis. It's not an interesting session for those who think, who do not want to think out of the box or where there is no box. But it challenges the journalist to think on a daily basis. If I'm going to write a story about a school, why do I want to write it? Who am I writing it for? So you ask yourself the questions and come and present that to me or to the editorial team. And people are passionate about different things. So I will tell you, follow your passion. Write a story about something or a subject you're passionate about. And believe me, when passion drives you, you bring the best stories for us and for the audience. The other thing is there are stories that cannot be done in one day. So if you tell me this story, I'm starting on it today, but I'm expecting it next week, I will not take offense against you. I know that every day there's a stone that you're turning, or a brick that you're putting to that work that you have started. So some stories cannot be done in a day and cannot be done in a week, but eventually when they come, they are worth reading. Jen responded to the question raised by Watum. I think that was a satisfactory answer that Jen gave. Thank you, Jen, for that. And I'll tell you that our network has more than 130 radio stations today. And we produce a program called the National Perspective, and it is born out of that there are some topics that you cannot write about in a simple story. So we take them to what we call the National Perspective, a 30-minute magazine program. We use different formats to tell that story. We pick one subject and discuss it extensively, bring more sources to it, bring, we bring the vox pops, we use the interviews and all the formats that you can think about and package it in 30 minutes. And a number of stations out of the 130 like that program. When we don't send it in a week, they call to ask what is happening to the perspective.
Right.
I think that also responds to Pascal Mweruka's, input. The rest was for Isaac and Akiso.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear from Joe finally, and then we'll break.
Thank you very much. I'm going to respond to the stories that are covered for one day and then it's gone. Someone discussed about content strategy. In content strategy, there is a content distribution strategy and then there's content generation strategy. So this should be able to guide you on how you cover the story and have it roll on, keeping it more relevant. But I think one of the reasons why stories are covered for one day and then they die off is because most times we use the freelance journalists who then have to incur their own cost to cover the story and to run the story. After I've covered the story, I'm paid about 4,000 shillings. Where would I spend 2 weeks following up a story at my cost, which will get me 4,000 shillings? So I think
Uganda shillings.
UGX. So I think the strategy should be that a media house has to be deliberate. There are very high-profile stories which you cannot just cover at a go. So if a story comes out as being a story which you can cover as investigative or longer, the media house should be able to take it as their project. So the entire team gets involved in terms of funding, in terms of helping in the investigation. Then the story can be able to have a long life shelf. Otherwise, if you're going to rely on the reporters who are trying to count how many stories per day you're going to deliver and be able to be paid per piece, we're going to have very many stories killed, even just at the intro level. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's quite a very interesting point that you do raise in terms of how do stories that are of national interest, even at the local level, get funded if the person who is supposed to find that information is literally not going to be able to even meet the cost of being able to chase that story. And I think that's the part of the discussion that comes to media viability and sustainability, and we have an entire session on that tomorrow to look forward to, and I think we'll be looking forward to hearing what's coming from there. We do have a big audience online, and they've been sharing some thoughts. I want to just check in with John to find out what are some of the things being said online before we break for a quick lunch.
Okay. Shout out to Jane Mujoma. Glad to see my mentor making a submission. That's for you, Jen. Simon Wakorach is saying, I appreciate the discussion on local stories and how we can make them thrive. Picking from the theft of drugs recently in Acholi and Lango sub-region, yes, it's true that many of the journalists reported on the closing of the facilities by the NDA, but there is a need for a case-by-case looking at the implications of that on the patients. To me, that could make us more relevant in the community we represent. So that's from what. Any other? I think from the previous submission, Evelyn Aboy is saying, I think it's okay for journalists to take up those UNICEF jobs. It's okay to move on and create space for the younger generation of media people to take up some of these places. Anything else?
Thank you very much. So, Miriam, don't dump my CV yet. Apparently, it should be okay. No, so thanks a lot, Jan. And can we give a big hand clap to our panel as well for doing an incredible job? and capturing this context quite well. Now, we've had some 2-3 beautiful sessions so far today. Let's give you a chance to go and ruminate over these as you enjoy a quick meal. Again, the idea behind what we do at the Media Week is just to sort of provoke discussion and thought processes so you guys can be able to engage other and continue having these discussions. And so let's continue that over lunch. It's now 1:50, which means that my intent of us being able to keep time has gone out the window, and the only way we can claw some of that back is by eating quicker or eating little or both, right? Eating little and quickly. So let's try and fit our lunch into half an hour if we can, and the idea then would be that you have 5 minutes to go down for lunch, 5 minutes to come back, and 30 minutes in which to be able to eat. That way we're able to make sure that by 2:30 our next session is starting. Oscar, who is at the door as you go out, will be able to hand you a coupon, which you will then, there he is. He'll give you a coupon, and then you'll be able to go down to Chapter 2 restaurant. So when you go downstairs, look for Chapter 2 restaurant, and then you can be able to pick a quick meal, and then let's eat quickly and come back. We've got a wonderful session after lunch for women in media. This should be a very important one, but also media innovations that work. We'll be talking about how to stay relevant, and innovations are obviously very, very important in this regard. And so we have 2 powerful sessions in the afternoon. One for women, and one about women in media, and what we can do to make sure that there's gender inclusivity in the newsrooms, and what it looks like, as well as innovations that work, especially in the media after lunch. So for our online audience, in the interest of for you noting your clocks, we will be starting at exactly 2:30. So for the people here with us at Naguru Skies, I'm going to ask that as much as possible, try and finish your lunch by 2:15, 2:20, and then just come up so that at 2:30 on the dot, we're actually starting that session after lunch. Enjoy the meal, enjoy the break. For the guys online, don't forget to tweet. We have our hashtags, Uganda Media Week 2022, Media Week 2022, Media Week UG, and of course you can also use the hashtag journalism to keep that conversation going online. And I've seen some tweets. We'll try and pick up some of those as we go along. Otherwise, bon appetit. See you in half an hour. Thank you.
really alert in the afternoon session. So we are going to have 2 sessions in the afternoon here as part of our media week. Of course, don't forget our theme is journalism, innovation, and the future. And this afternoon, one of our sessions will focus on innovation and what that looks like, innovations that work. And we'll have a wonderful panel that will be led by a panel that has Marion Apio, who is the CEO of the Bank Initiative. We'll also have a villager from Kayunga. I got that right, yeah? I saw him in the room. Where is he? Yeah. He's, yeah. We have a villager who is now a CEO to tell us how innovation helped him get promoted from being a villager to a CEO. And then we also have someone from Voice of Toro, and that's Betty Mujungu, who is the Content Development and Creatives Manager. That's going to be the second session. Before we go to that one, though, we have another really, really important session. And this is about women in media and getting to gender inclusivity in terms of newsroom policies. And so we want to have a good discussion on what we do with inclusivity for women in the newsrooms and why this is extremely important. And of course, in 2019, I think it was, Jan can correct me if I'm wrong, there were suggestions that women don't belong in certain spaces in the media. And this is a discussion that you hear quite a lot. And the fact that, you know, when women get pregnant, they're going to be going away for a very long time. There are places where it's not safe for them to be. If I'm a woman and I'm going out to cover a story late at night, I'm putting myself at some great risk and how that gets managed. And there are some really strong statements made by a lot of people about how this gets handled. And it sort of shook quite a lot of us. And so there's been a big discussion on what do we do to ensure that there's a bigger discussion around women in the media and what can be done about it. Now, for the last 2 years, Media Focus on Africa has actually been engaging with a bunch of media houses to try and have a wonderful in terms of promoting gender inclusive newsrooms and what has worked, and we'll be hoping to hear some things from that. We should be joined by Harrison Manga, who's the country director for MFA in Kenya, but in case we're not able to get him, we'll have Jan Ajang, of course, who is with us. And then we have Jen Ankom, who is a media viability consultant. I'll ask her to come to the platform now. Please give her a big hand clap as she comes. As well as Brenda. Now, I should say about Jen, she's one of those delightful people that I don't think Jen ever gets angry. I first met Jen, I think, 3 years ago, and I don't think I've ever seen her not smiling. No, you just put closer. She's going to be sitting up here for maybe about an hour. Just observe and see. If you can find Jen not smiling, you come, I buy you lunch. See, there you go. Then we've got Brenda Namata, who is the Communication and Advocacy Officer with the Uganda Media Women's Association. And please give her a big, big hand clap as she comes as well. So I have thought about it, and I'm thinking, am I even well placed to lead this conversation? Because I'm a typical Manyakole, and you know where we come from, the way we approach these things of women. So it's a good thing you're laughing, because you know. So at least I am aware of our own issues. No, I'm just joking, but obviously the way we treat women, not just in the newsrooms and the media houses, but the way we treat women generally, has been a big problem for our societies, especially here in Africa. I remember when I was getting married. Is that my ghost? I remember when I was getting married, I had a really, really hard time trying to adjust to how to be able to treat women and, you know, how to look at my wife as an equal, because I'd grown up in a society that basically said, hey, I'm your boss, what I say you do, you shut up. We're having an interesting discussion at lunchtime about women and timekeeping, and some interesting things were said about how I will leave her, she will find me there.
And I was advising some men that it's okay, you will learn, don't worry. We were also there at some point in our lives. We learned how to come back or sit in the car and wait. But generally, there has got to be a difference in the way we approach this issue of gender inclusivity, and so I want to have a very good discussion on that. And I'm going to, for that reason, have Jan come and lead this session as well. Please give her a big hand clap as she comes to represent MFA Kenya and Uganda as a country director. So we can talk a little bit about women in this space. So let's start with you, Jan, first of all. In terms of what MFA has been doing with women, I know there's some key lessons to pick up from there, so let's get those from you to start with. The background from 2019, I remember that discussion clearly when we had that and what happened with it, and then where it has gotten us to now. So if we can start with that.
Thank you, Ben. You're the right person to moderate this panel, so that if there are things that we need to call out, we just do it. Good afternoon to you all. And so about 2 or 3 years ago, we were having a media week like this, and in the room, there are people who actually, media owners who believe that having women in the newsroom was quite expensive. And they presented really practical explanations, you know. Some say, when she gets pregnant, still have to keep her on payroll, and then, then if she has to go and nurse the child, who is going to take her? And, very open to us.
And so when we are speaking about that is at the content level, how much the media. The next time would have Miriam Atembe in this, who contributed in these newsrooms. Media money, it is an increasing silent monster which is excluding women out of newsrooms, exiting them out of the profession of journalism. That's why you see that we are having imbalances, continued gender imbalances. So we are saying that this gender-specific policy, by having it, that sexual harassment, you're defining what sexual harassment is, the forms of it. You're defining what does sexual harassment look like. You're guiding the journalists to get to understand them within the newsroom, but then you're equally giving solution. What happens when I am harassed, when I am victimized? So you're giving viable solution, that you're giving a channel of communication. Whom shall I report to when I have been violated? And then this person, you're also giving them the mandate and objectivity to address this, but then also punishment to who has done this to me, creating a safe environment where I can operate, but then also serve the 50-50.
Right. Okay, so let me come to Jan. Brenda is speaking a lot of good English, and it's a good thing. No,
be kind.
No, it's very good English. I want our discussion to be a lot more real in terms of the reality of what's going on. So you're saying, having a policy about sexual harassment in the workplace. Look, how do you go from that place to the point where anything actually gets done about it, when we know, right, that half the people who you're supposed to report to are probably bigger perpetrators than the person you're reporting about? And from the way Jen is nodding her head, she's probably been a victim of this. We are being very candid, right? Give me a second. Which woman in this room has not been a victim of sexual harassment at the workplace? You haven't. God bless you. Or you don't recognize it. You didn't. Now, Carol, right? Connie. Comfort. When I ask that question, I want you to understand the response that came from Brenda and Jen from up here on the podium. I could hear them in the corner of my ear. You know what they said? They don't think you know what sexual harassment is. Am I right? There are many forms. She doesn't recognize. And that's the point I was trying to raise here, and I'm coming to you, John, okay? Because when you think about it, the average male in this room, and I love the way Idris is laughing about this, because we have these discussions next door quite a lot. We have a policy at Next Media called Article 18. And Article 18 speaks strictly into issues of sexual harassment and how serious they are. So we've done some very extensive things around this, and that's where I'm coming from. The average male is not aware when they have been a perpetrator of sexual harassment. Right? I was in a lift this week at a hotel in town, and a woman entered the lift, and there were 3 men in the lift, and almost immediately, all 3 men instantly went into the normal things. Hey, madam, you look very beautiful, that dress. And because of the things that have been, that we've been going through and talking about, it made me really uncomfortable. Because I felt like I was in that woman's shoes, and it's almost like you can see how the men are looking at this individual. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm making you guys very uncomfortable. I see the men doing this in their chairs. Back to you, John. We call these things as they are. If we're going to address this stuff, don't we need to start from there where we are saying, look, can we accept that this is actually a really, really big problem that is not being addressed?
Yeah.
It's almost on paper completely.
Okay.
You start from there.
Yeah, we need to be really candid about that. And we have a sexual harassment policy. And so I was reading it to one of my colleagues, a guy, and we have defined everything. And this guy started laughing. Even this one also, you're supposed to put it there. Eh? I'm like, yes. And so we need to start from the basic, right? I remember when we were younger, they used to call HIV what? Slim, right? But they don't call it there anymore. There was some kind of sensitization to journalists and people on how to talk about certain things. And this is where we are starting. We must start. And Brendan is helping us to look at the maths and the data and the numbers. On my part, that's why when we're dealing with this aspect, we said leadership, 1. We are trying to deal with women in media, but leadership. If there's nobody on the board, on your media board, and they're only men, there's a problem there. Can we have a woman in there, or 2? Can we have a 50-50 in there, such that even when time for voting, there's some kind of balance there. Second thing, we need the men to know what, for example, sexual harassment is, number 1, and state it, winking, crass jokes when somebody's pregnant, like, oh yeah, you've eaten too many beans or something like that. Those lunchtime jokes that men...
I can give you one very... Sorry, John, I just remembered this because I had this one this week as well. And it came from one of the newsrooms, apparently, where one of the reporters was pregnant, and they were trying to get some time off because they were not feeling well. You know how those things are. I hope I'm not being... you see even how you have to be careful. Like, am I saying the right thing? Am I saying it right? So I think she was basically saying, I'm not feeling too well, probably need to go and do something. And the comment that was made to this individual, I think it was in a local language, but directly translated, basically was saying, I wasn't there when your panties were being taken off. Yeah. And this is from an editor. Yeah. So
can we still apprehend him even today?
It was an allegation. I'm not able to, provide evidence to, yeah.
So what we are saying is that there are some areas, based on what we've learned, is that some people do not even know, right? And because of the patriarchy and the cultural environment, where a guy can do all these things outside, he's talking like this in the market, talking like this in the family meetings, he just comes the next day in the newsroom. And so we need to start from scratch, right? And so that's why for women to survive and excel and thrive in the newsroom, it has got to be not just about sexual harassment, it has got to be everywhere. For every place you see in your newsroom, a man in a newsroom, do we have a woman there? One, not just because you want to achieve something, but they provide a perspective that's relevant. And so like from the boardroom, next to the editorial, in terms of content, we have a lot of content about men, and like she's saying, we can balance it up by having also content about women. But when it comes to the bit about sexual harassment, we have a role also to educate and get the media to, not just the media leadership, who are mostly men, to understand what it is. And another thing, the only challenge that I see is that there are too many culprits, yeah? Too many culprits, and it almost looks like an all-boys club that are defending this area. And so the only hope we have is to appeal to consciences, right? Appeal to consciences and get them to understand. And that's why when a media owner still...
Gender that had, either because of fear of reprisal or whatever it is, they are fear to report these issues, which then sort of allows, perpetuity of this situation. But also, in some cases, and I would want to allege, I'm choosing my English words very carefully, allege that there's a Ugandan advantage of the agenda in the newsroom. And I'll give you a very basic example. Idris and the people who have been in the newsrooms long enough can attest to this. If you do a quick survey of how many women in newsrooms have had children with either their bosses or, in many cases, I would say their sources. I hope I've asked the question without asking it, that you know that I've asked so you can answer it. Just so I don't get in trouble with the things that I'm saying.
You're such an interesting moderator, Ben. You've asked the question indeed without asking it. And the whole room has understood. I don't understand Luganda so well, but that Kwetega, maybe I understood it. I want to say this. The media industry does not sit in space. It sits in the community, in Uganda, in the nation. The values that this country espouses will be found in the media houses. The journalists we are talking about are Ugandans. The challenges we are talking about or discussing are challenges Ugandans face in general. In that regard, will it be absent in the media houses? I don't think so. In that regard, can something be done about it? I think so. The conversation is bigger than just the media house, because sexual harassment does not only happen in media houses. I think it happens everywhere. So as a country, as a nation, as a people, what are our values? Those are the deeper conversations that we need to begin to have. But they are the deeper thoughts that we need to carry along. The reason why a young journalist comes as an intern to this media house, somehow a thing begins to happen between her and her supervisor, which ends in childbirth, is attributed to a number of factors. One, what predisposing factors led this girl to accept or to even kwetega, if that is it? Were they looking for a livelihood? Are they trying to secure or ring-fence their job? Was it sexual harassment? It's a myriad of things there. So I can't say that it is the journalists or the female journalists totally at fault, but I will say it is a challenge that we grapple with as a nation. And we need to begin to think through, maybe do self-audits, and then do also, as we do our media audits, to see what kind of content we are doing, how much do we have the different perspectives we are talking about, who do we have the balance and all these things. Probably also we do the personal audits to identify what kind of values are there. But also, I think that as journalists and as the media, we have an opportunity to step up or to improve the way we do certain things. For example, in addition to the statistics that has been shared by Brenda, only 4% of all media, that is the radio, the TVs and all, will challenge gender stereotypes. And if we are in agreement that the media or journalists influence the way people think and the way people talk, what are we doing? We are encouraging some of these stereotypes. And I hear a lot of stereotyping in the question asked without asking. Because it's coming through normal, yes, but we are still kind of looking for the faults in the female journalists, as opposed to taking it for what it is, a general problem in the country, or the values that we espouse. So how can we, the contribution that we can make is, how can we, in our different spheres of influence, begin to challenge some of these stereotypes? You know, how can we do that? So that the portrayal of women is not always limiting to the way they appear, limiting to how they dress, limiting to, but really for the value of the human being they are in.
Right.
So I want to take the conversation in that line.
And that's where it obviously needs to go, and I'll open it up. I know there's a lot of things that need to be said about this from your side, so please prepare those. We'll try and do that before we do our last session for the day. Brenda, I'll start with you, and then we'll come to Jan. What she just said, in the context of, again, it's set on the backdrop of a culture. It's not just about the media, it's culture, basically. How do we then sort of redraw that line because of the influence and the power that the media has to begin to change that mindset? Because it's fair to say that we can agree that that mindset changed nowhere near as much as it needs to, right?
Yes, I'll build on what Jane has just submitted, that media is not an island. It acts within society, and many of the gaps that we are seeing in media are simply a reflection of what these people, what we journalists carry from the backgrounds that construct us from society. But what we can say is that keeping the talk in the spaces of media, just like Uganda Media Women's Association is doing so, is that we are believing that to challenge the stereotypes, to challenge the gender insensitivities within society, and what we see reflected in media, or what media is doing, is a reflection of society. So we are saying that we are going to use media, or we are using media as a platform that is a game changer. We empower you with the skills about gender responsiveness. You get to understand what gender is and how you are supposed to be responding to the differences that exist between men and women, and you're using them, you're reciprocating what we are telling you through the content that you do, through the composition that media has. And then the other thing is that from the policy level, I come from a school of believing in co-regulation as far as gender equality is concerned, and equity. That we have passed through a century of speaking, and we are still speaking about media adopting the self-regulatory mechanism through having these gender-specific policies, that they will guide us, they will guard us from the sexual harassment that we are speaking about, from the insensitivities that limit reproductive rights within the newsrooms, from the discrimination that we speak about in terms of payment or welfare between the male journalists and the female journalists. And we are saying that if we have these policies in place, they are going to eliminate the gaps or try to reduce the gaps, and then consequently it will also help to address the gaps that continue in other sectors in society. But then from the statutory level, that when media is playing hard in understanding this, UMA is trying to push a strategy into saying that, can we invite the government on board to try to respond to reviewing the media-related laws and mainstreaming the element of gender into it? That you speak to the media through the laws that speak to you, Article 29 that calls you to freedom of expression and the press and all the other laws that speak to you, that within this, there's consideration of gender equality and gender sensitivity. That when you have this law that is statutory, it's going to guide you simultaneously into the newsroom of having a policy, but then also acting equally, both within the newsroom and the sources and the audience that you're serving, and it will help challenge all the other gaps that we are talking about here.
Right. Thank you. John?
They said that the law is for the lawless, so when she's talking, it's because the people who we are trying to tell something that is logical are struggling with it. We don't need a law. If this was your sister, if this was your mother, what would you do? They're appealing to consciences.
Your daughter.
Your daughter. It's so easy for you to go back and do the same things, but now we have to now go to the law and persuade governments to do something that is so easy, that's so logical, because sometimes people think that, shish, how can a woman tell me this? How can a woman refuse me and all that stuff? Now, while we have teams dealing with that, we need to ask ourselves as individuals, really, is there something I can do about this? And then we start from there. Can we defend the women? Can we speak for them? Can we stand up for them? That's one. But that's why another thing is, like for me, when I talk to business owners, media owners, they're asking me for the money. And that's where Harrison was going to come in, and a media focus comes in. We actually produce content, and we have told ourselves 50% of that content is going to be about women, right? And we have been successful, and I think we've worked different media houses here, and we put the content about women, and you know, we get the money for the media houses to broadcast. They get the money, right? Right now we are in Kenya, I'm speaking for Harrison now, it's in a second season of a reality TV show called Miss President. It's just promoting women leadership, and it is helping women to express themselves. We are appealing to different audiences, but media houses are actually getting revenue from content about women, and it is not small revenues. It's revenues that can sustain a newsroom. Like we have understood, these are 50% the population, I think 51% voters. Like the day we decide that we are not going to vote, you people who are looking for ties to decide who is going to run, who's going to be the next president, you will struggle. And so the understanding the value, you put a woman in every agenda of development. Just think about, let's get to the SDGs, climate change, partnerships, education, all these things. A woman is there. And that means a newsroom, if it was intentional, would make a killing about content on women, right? And when you have all this money, you will have money to support investigative journalism. You'll have money to support these women who are going on leave, right? You'll have that money, right? But if you're not doing something about it, you'll think you are stuck. So the question that we want to leave for each one of us here is, what are you going to do differently? I would like to testify, because we worked with Mighty Fire, I think with Francis, during COVID, we had there was a big issue of gender-based violence, and we identified some of the most affected towns, and Kitgum was one of them. And we produced content based on news stories. We produced real life stories and we use them in the media house to raise conversations. I hope Francis can say something about it, but we were able to get revenues. We were able to get a donor partner who was able to give us money for this. So the businessman who's asking, it does not make sense, just needs us to demonstrate it, and we are doing that. Right. And so once he has the money, the women will be there. But also, we are adding value. We cover these stories, and we bring the money in. So that excuse actually is dead on arrival, but I recognize that we must demonstrate it. If you do not demonstrate it, it still remains blurry. It's unfortunate that women still have to demonstrate something, but because if you look at the content that's running about men,
yeah,
it's sometimes not necessary. You can replace it. You can replace it with some more about women. You can pack it, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So one last time, I still, my biggest problem is a whole sports show talking about football in another country. And yet
careful. Careful.
You're debating Liverpool.
Careful.
And yet maternal mortality next door in that hospital is just staring you in the face. So we have also programming problems that can be changed. Right? Give the sports people theirs, but also deal with these things back home.
Well, Jen.
Thank you for recognizing that I really wanted to.
Yeah, I can see you are burning. Please go ahead.
I wanted to just ground a little bit what Jan said. I think it's the BBC, their research and design team, did this research and found that programs that have content related to women earns more. And another non-profit called Catalyst did a similar research. So including women at all the stages in our work adds value. It makes good business sense. Because now Catalyst discovered that actually where you had more women involved at all the levels, and then you had clear policies and the environment was enabling for the women, then one, there was more productivity, but 35% more equity or more revenue in that case. So what Jan is saying is just, I mean, it just makes good business sense. If we are able to package this content well, there is money out there to be made from good content.
Right.
About and with and through women.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jen. We only have 10 minutes to get into our next session, and I promise, surely, we must get into our next session in time. Thoughts, comments? I know there are many. Okay. We'll start with Comfort, who has the privilege of being the only woman not to have suffered from sexual harassment in the workplace. Can I borrow the microphone? Thank you. Help me. Let's try and keep our responses as brief as we can, just so that we can go into our next session on innovation, which is a very, very important one, and will be our last session. So we'll start with Comfort at the back, and then we'll go around.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanne Comfort Valise, and when I said I had never been sexually harassed, in the newsroom or at my workplace, the whole room went into murmurs, which is okay because we are used to every lady being sexually harassed at the workplace. But I am glad because I do not remember any time at my workplace that I've been sexually harassed. Now, that does not mean I have never been sexually harassed, but not at my workplace. Let's mark that. So getting to sexual harassment, I love when Ben said we need to be realistic, right? When we talk about the laws, it's beautiful. We love to hear. Because when you look at the law, the policies on paper, they are beautifully thought through. But they're not working. They are not working. Because even the laws that the government that we want to run to have laws that they themselves are breaking. So how are those laws going to help us? I want to get to how we can be able to fight this vice that is not just in the newsroom, but because we're journalists, it is home, but it is happening everywhere, in the country. So when you talk about, you and I are against, are anti-sexual harassment, but someone is pro, right? So we have a message to sell. We have an idea that we want to sell to the community. So while we are selling to the community, while you want to convince someone to tell them, no, what you're doing is wrong, let us do the right, there is something you ought to do, and that is communication. Now, I believe communication goes in stages. First of all, when you talk about sexual harassment, we can talk about sexual harassment to inform of our awareness. We tell someone, do you know what? There is actually sexual harassment, and we stop at that. And now, unfortunately, that is what we have been doing all throughout. We are informing people that there is sexual harassment, but there is less that is being done. After we've done that, we need to go ahead and make someone understand what sexual harassment is. Someone said, probably, I do not understand the forms of sexual harassment, but I do. I think it's because I am not one person that you will easily approach. The truth is, me sitting here, it will be very hard for someone to just come to me, unless I invite you, and I know how to invite people that I want to come to me. That is the reality, at my workplace. Because when I'm at the workplace, it is the workplace. It is business. Even my friends know that we do not joke about things anyhow. You do not joke about how I look. You do not joke about certain things that are offensive to me. I set the limit. So that goes to all of us as individuals. But as I am trying to tell someone that sexual harassment is bad, I need to make them understand. After I have made them understand, I need to make them embrace that indeed it is wrong. And I think that is what all of us have to do. We need to come together, apart from saying the policies, the government, because there is less the government is going to do. If we are going to have better newsrooms, it starts with me, it starts with you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come here, and then we'll cross over, and then I think we'll probably have to end there for now because of the time.
I want to start by appreciating Comfort. At least you've given us hope, we the men. I think we've been so victimized. But thank you, Madam Jane, Jan, and Brenda. I think Brenda made a very elaborate presentation, but I have a different perspective. Why is there underrepresentation of women in the newsroom? There are a lot of factors. Because I think in most of the media houses I've worked for, all the heads are women. The editors, the managers, people in the top, the key positions are all managers. But now when you come down to the junior staff, the field reporters, maybe these ones in the accountings, those ones, the news anchors, they are now where the majority are men. But why are they going for the management and leaving out these field works? Because this representation that we are talking about, I think we've had a discussion around this, I think it was last year from NUMEC, where we said, if you have 10 people in your newsroom and then 3 of them are women, the news editor, the manager, and maybe the sub-news editor, they're all women. And then you have 7 news reporters who are male. Which one takes the higher position? In this case, they are the women because they sit in the key decision-making positions. Because these other ones are just there by numbers. But the reality is every decision which will be taken up on is by the women. But why are they going for that? Why are these ones running away from the field? So there is a balance that we need to strike. That goes to maybe one, I look at issues of finance or money. We need to agree that the media industry have very little money, and this is something women cannot do with. And I would say there are a number of men in the newsrooms because of the perseverance and the resilience.
Right.
But most women tend to run away and go out. Even Brenda now speaking, giving us the statistics. I believe she ran away from the newsroom and went to communication job. It's because of the money issues. So these are the things that we need to discuss besides having the numbers in the newsroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's come to, there's 2 ladies. Let's start, we are there, and then we'll come to the next lady, and We'll then wrap it up and go to our next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I haven't spoken since morning. My name is Susan Achola. I come from Agago district. That is in East Acholi. I work for a radio station called Radio Wango. My brother Hemi made men feel comfortable because of what Comfort said. I want to comment on the SEA part of it, sexual harassment. In my few years practicing journalism, I think different organizations have been calling media houses to talk about sexual harassment. And we've been given a lot of policies, a lot of paperwork as we have heard and seen some of them. But I think we need to walk the talk. It is so painful that even us journalists that have been talking about this still see this happening in our different media houses. Because I believe that if we had started by sorting it in our own media houses, it would be easy for us to spread the gospel of being against it to the community that we serve. Every time an issue like this comes out, I give a painful story. When I joined the media in Lira, I was with a lady that we joined with. She was so brilliant. We went for internship. I went for radio. She went for print. I think Vision. Sorry for mentioning the name. But because of sexual harassment, after just 1 month, she left the practice completely. And up to now, I don't know where this lady is. At some point, I was told she was doing some salonist work, then she just disappeared. So that is how painful it is. Away from the media, just last week, even as I talk, sexual harassment, I'm dealing with an issue of a girl, an underage, was impregnated by an uncle, the real brother to her late father. She gave birth, but just 2 weeks after giving birth, the man rapes her again. So these things are too much. And when we say that, okay, sometimes the ladies put themselves in those positions, come on, there is vulnerability here. They don't have the power. If it is at work, you're looking at the power of, you're safeguarding your job, you're doing this. So what I wanted to say is, I think we need to do much of, showing that we really don't want the thing, and it starts with us. The things of, gathering, and every time we talk about this thing is so bad, it has got to stop. I mean, everyone has gone through it. It should start with us so that we move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we had another lady.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I speak in perspective of being a woman and a woman in media. I've been in this profession for 12 years. But if I knew what I knew back then, what I know now, if I knew it back then, I think a lot would have been done to help others. If each of us in this room, the women, if each of us were put in probably a private room and you were asked to narrate your experience in the newsroom from day one, each of you have a testimony that is painful to tell. So I feel a lot can be done to protect our young girls who are joining the media. There is a lot of talk out there. If somebody is like, okay, parent, if you ask a parent to send probably their daughter to study journalism, there are parents who will not send their female girls out there to study journalism because of what is already out there. Do you know that as women we struggle to find husbands, female journalists? We do, because there's already talk out there that we are not people who are committed. That is their belief. So, and then also earlier on in one of the sessions, a question was raised. Is it us, the media, that is the problem, or is the community the problem? I must say that at some point when we are talking about a 50-50 gender inclusiveness in the newsroom policies, the media is a problem. We are the problem. Look at how we portray women. I've never seen pictures of naked men taken and put in papers. But we take pictures of women and we put them out there. So what are we saying? Women are being portrayed actually they're being included in the media, in content, but just in a negative way. We're there, but negatively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, unless there's something that's really, really burning, I would like to hand it back to our panel to just respond very quickly in under a minute. Okay, I'll accept. There's one more over here. I can only take one, and he got there before you, so. Please make it very brief, and then we'll get into our last session for innovation.
Actually, we are about to protest this side. We had not gotten a chance to speak. And actually, the other issue I wanted to talk about is that women are also suffering in silence. No one is talking about sexual harassment of men. And we are making all the stereotypes about women, and you're saying this or that, that women are being sexually harassed. I can tell you there are men in newsrooms that have been harassed. And I have examples in Masaka, in Karangala, in Entebbe. And I'm not a victim, but we have seen these people suffering for all this time. I think the challenge is, each time we talk about sexual, gender-based violence, and even harassment of people, we talk about harassment of women alone. Could you also direct our messaging to harassment of all people within the newsrooms? Secondly, I don't want to accept the narrative that women are not given opportunity in the newsrooms all the time. It's about competence and meritocracy. If you look at all the newsrooms, Sylvia Nancha here has been a journalist for more than 10 years, about 20 years. And she's leading a team of men, senior journalists like Hajaf Medwetaka, Jackson Oriada, and all those people. If you look at the people who are reporting in court, the Judith Chigongo of Daily Monitor, Judith Kukunda. If you look at the people, the head of the newsroom in the New Vision, the head of the immediate former head of the newsroom at NBS and at NTV, they have all been women. It's about. I want to disagree on with the issue of not giving women enough opportunity. For as long as they put in enough effort to do the work they do, like Gillian Nantme does it on NTV, like Becca Zena and the rest do it on NBS, they will get the space and they will always be given. Actually, they will also be favored for as long as they're competent enough. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Sylvia, you...
I promise I'll be brief. He's shaking a table with fine wine, but that's kawaii nikajamuyi kida kawulire. I wanted to say something. In most cases, what we go through as women or men, if men are harassed and women are harassed, starts with our attitude. And I always encourage women to know what they want. If you know what you want, this people cannot come and harass you. If you can stand and challenge. But sometimes we also do not know that we are being harassed. So how much do we know about sexual harassment? You think sexual harassment is the act of, that's the extreme end. But where does that journey start? I wanted to share something away from sexual harassment. I was just diverted to it. But what I wanted to talk about was about the policies. I think the policies also start with the will as individuals and then organization. Before we push the government and everyone else to do something about newsroom policies or gender inclusive policies and so on and so forth, what are we doing? From my side, I always give myself as an example. When I joined URN, I was in maternity leave. No, I was heavily pregnant when I got the job. And then I told the person who had offered me the job, I think I'm not taking it because I'm now going into maternity leave. He said, no, go give birth. When you give birth, let us know. Your contract starts now. Wow. And then we start paying you. So I started earning in maternity leave. I had never worked there. And then after 2 months of eating salary for doing nothing, I said, let me come and work. They said, no, maternity leave is 3 months. But if you want to work, you can come and work for 2 hours and go back. Actually, they would chase me out of the newsroom. So it took someone's will and, an organization policy to effect that. And because there is that precedent, it is also working on other people. Someone came to ask for a job. She had a baby. We said, you're going to work for 3 hours. After 2 months, we upgrade to 5 hours until you're ready to work the whole day. So we can enforce these policies with will.
Wow. Oh, thank you very much, Sylvia. John, I think I'm told you are one of the editors of the Heroes Day list. Please add some Guma to that list. So obviously, I really need to go into the next session. But if I say no, they will say I'm being discriminated against a woman.
I just wanted to put something across.
Right.
Sometimes in interviews we are asked when we are getting pregnant again.
Are you serious?
Yes, please. I've been asked before. When are you getting pregnant again? Because we need to know and see what to do.
Oh, okay. Rosemary, you too? The way you're nodding like you have some very personal experiences from this, why you've seen this happen. Let's hear the story.
A colleague of mine, who is a senior editor now, was contemplating abortion because she had gotten 2 children in 2 years.
Okay? She was permanently pregnant.
Those are your words.
Wait, is that very insensitive?
But
see,
it was very painful. A woman does not have to contemplate,
right,
to make a choice between bringing life into this world or killing life, because the circumstances or the situation is pushing her against the wall.
That's just sad.
So these things are felt. But since you have given me an opportunity, let me just say this. We are socialized in a certain way. These are values we pick, social culture values we pick. Both men and women have a challenge understanding these things. The likes of the women in this room have beaten the dew. There is no reason why the women journalists who are at university now should also come and start beating the dew. Right. That is what we are talking about. But if there is gender issues, means you have to unlearn the values you are socialized in and then learn these values.
Right.
If the unlearning does not happen, then there is a problem.
Wow. Thank you very much, Rosemary. So I do need to come back to the panel, 30 seconds each. Let me just pick some comments off of social media. I think there were some. Are they still there? If they are, can you just put them up so we can go through just a couple of those, and then we'll do our last session on innovation. That's a really sad story, though. And again, I'm sorry if I was insensitive again. I'm a typical Munyankore man, and she was a married woman. So you can imagine a married woman contemplating abortion because she's scared for her own job. That just sounds scary at very many levels. Here's some feedback coming off of our Zoom. Let's go down to, I think there's a comment from Simon Wokorach, who is saying that the conversations around sexual harassment in the media should go beyond a particular media entity, that we don't necessarily blame the journalists, but rather a problem with society also upholding our values. And he says it's been challenged some female journalists that he interacts with. Recently from his newsroom, he was assigned to work alongside a female intern, and he remembers the day when they set up for the field, but she appeared not dressed up right. Right? So I don't know who decided. Exactly, right? Who decided? Yeah, these are please, ladies, forgive us. We are learning. Yeah, we are learning. He says he kindly asked her to go and change as we take on. She understood and did so. And then apparently they conducted a survey where it was true that many of the journalists had been interviewed but remained inactive journalists. So there's a whole thing there. This is from Irene. Irene, good to see you. We were talking about you at some point today, and you're saying that very true. One of the ladies in the room had asked you in an interview panel when you'd be getting pregnant again. And here's the interesting thing. It was a woman asking. A woman. Right? A woman was asking a woman. Right? So you should stop blaming. You're sticking to this. Now see your life. And you're saying that it's a reality, younger women of reproductive age, and you're saying this was about 8 years ago, and now you're seeing the same woman speaking otherwise about things like that. You're saying that that means that change is possible. That's a very, very good thing. So, lots of feedback on Zoom, and we can be able to pick those up. I really must close this session. Please forgive me. I can discriminate against you, a man. No one will accuse me of anything. No, but you can imagine, so the way this thing gets handled. So here's what I picked up from this. And Jan and Brenda and Jen, you each have 30 seconds to wrap up. Please prepare them and summarize in your head. The fact that a man is able to decide on his own that a woman is not dressed properly, I think for me already says that sometimes it's a challenge. Because, I come from a church background, and we have this joke where we say that sometimes we're told not to have stumbling blocks, right? And the joke in my circles is that sometimes as men, we carry our own stumbling blocks, and then we place them in front of us, and then stumble over them and say we have been stumbled. And so there's got to be a lot of sensitivity, and I speak on behalf of the men. Please forgive us. We are learning. Yeah, we are learning. A lot of these things no one taught us. We were brought up by very traditional and conservative men who didn't know any better. So even for those of us who are, okay, maybe not so young anymore, but we are learning. Right? We are learning. It's okay, John, you can respond. You abuse me, I'm here. So I will take it. All right, let's hear from John, Brenda, and Jen. Very, very, very quick.
Okay, yes, keep learning, Ben, and keep spreading the news about standing up against harassment. I would like to make it clear that women in media is not just about sexual harassment. There's very many other fundamental issues. There are women who are doing a lot of work, but they are being paid half what another journalist is doing, a male journalist is doing. I don't know even who decides that. We need to look at a broad perspective. What can you do if you're the presenter and there are 10 men calling? Where is the woman? If you are having a morning show and there are 3 men in there, where are the women? And then in that morning show, there are like 10 jokes about women, crass jokes. You need to ask yourself, are you endorsing a position in a society that can be dangerous to your own child, your own daughter? Those are the things we must think about. And then finally, why aren't we admitting these women in decision making? We can have leaders, as somebody said, he had many leaders around him, but some of them are poster children. Because we are talking here, some of you are going to put women in boardrooms, but when it comes to accepting their decisions, are you able to accept them? Right. Those are questions that we must reflect on. But I for the media owner and the man who is a perpetrator, there's an opportunity for change, and also women can bring in the money. They actually rake in the money, so that's no longer an excuse. I submit.
A submission well received. Brenda.
Okay. I will also be as brief as Jan, and I'll particularly respond to the question of comfort, where she passionately raised doubt towards the policy and legal perspective of it. I would love to draw clarity that mainstreaming gender into the media framework, particularly on the laws and policies, does not only speak at the regulatory point of view that media looks at it, that you are going to have UCC coming to gag on you and all that, but then also the other issue that you identify, that there are so many laws that on paper have not worked. I have seen some gender laws work. For example, the affirmative action. Girls are having 1.5 to be in school, and all the other things, the 40%, 60%. I am saying that when we mainstream gender into the framework of media, we are going to have
journalists of tomorrow being trained within the training institutions through the curriculum about gender issues, what Rose raised, that tomorrow they will not have to beat the due that we are going through. We are speaking about that if at all I am harassed and I need to get justice, I can run into the law courts when there is a framework that I am acting against. I shall not die with this problem. But then also, media does not act, the policies or the framework of your newsroom does not act independently. It's informed by the media-related laws. And so when we are having gender into these laws, it will guide and speak into your media house to have a gender-specific policy in the human resource manuals, the editorial policies, and name it that you have. And then the other issue that I want to say that thank you so much, Sylvia, that you mentioned the personal will. And the personal will is through such discussions that we try to drive the personal will into getting back into the newsrooms, have those specific policies before the government point of view of the legal framework comes on. And then my very last submission that I wish to say is that let us, all of us in our different capacities, I am speaking from a point of intersectionality, that let us take home the bit of being gender sensitive and being gender responsive through your different capacities. Speak into media being a platform for change against the gender gaps that we have. Thank you very much.
Because it does have the power to do that after all. Thank you very much. Jen?
Well, thank you very much. This, I think, has been a very good discussion. I want to begin by what Lubula said. The conversation of gender doesn't mean women. And again, that is a problem sometimes. When we begin a conversation on gender issues, people quickly run to say we're talking about women only. But gender is all encompassing, and it should be that way. So for me, I just want to conclude by giving us probably 4 things or 5 that we can do practically so that we are moving this conversation to action wherever we are at our spheres of influence. So probably we need to begin by starting, to look through what we have been doing, how have we been doing it with a gender lens. So can we do a quick audit of what we have been doing, and then intentionally begin to include news about and for women in what we do. And I want to quote from Trish Mbanga of the Zimbabwean, who said that women are a powerful economic force if you include them. The Zimbabwean is an intentional publication in Zimbabwe that focuses on gender equality.
Nice.
Secondly, this strong commitment from management cannot go underscored. The kind of commitment that URN, for example, has, just as shared by Sylvia right now, is the kind of commitment that we need across the board. We may not start at that level, but we do need that commitment.
Right.
Thirdly, we must make sure that women occupy all spaces across. Indeed, not only at top management and not only at entry level, but throughout. So let's balance this and try to do it intentionally. Fourthly, John talked about this thing of pay. Can you create an equal pay policy and execute it?
Right.
Finally, what can the women who have beaten the due here and the men who have beaten the due, if that be so, here do? I think that we have an opportunity to do mentorship and also increase our availability as the younger journalists come into the space and also as the older journalists retool. So I think this is very critical as well, practically, so that while we will have the laws to make an enabling environment to factor in the matter of equality and equity, we are also doing something practically from wherever we sit.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big hand clap for our panelists. Let me just finish with a comment that I see here from Maria my eyesight used to be very good, so I think I can read this. Maria is in Kalangala. She says that she's inquiring if there's consideration for female journalists working in the islands. She's talking about difficult working environments, and that's a very good point, Maria, well raised. And again, these are some of the discussions that we need to be having and why we're having this discussion, so very, very important. And thank you for raising that. Again, the Media Week is usually just a provocation of ideas and thoughts. I can see Jan's head is already turning. She's thinking about what to do, especially for something like that. So that's definitely a project to pick up on in terms of what to do with people working in, women working in difficult environments, and including the island. So thank you, John. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Jen. I'll release you now and move on very quickly to our next panel. Give them a big, big hand clap. Again, one of those topics that we've only just scratched and could, has a long, long way to go. We have one more session, which we are going to get into now, but you had a bit of a late lunch and it's good hotel food, so I'm scared you might be getting sleepy. Can we all stand for just a moment and just stretch a little bit? Touch your toes. No, don't do that. It might cause medical liability for us if, you know. Yeah, no, so you're not insured. You need to get insurance. It's very important. Let's do a quick exercise. Walk around the room, find two people, tell them one thing that has stood out for you from the sessions today so far. One thing.
It's very important. What's your name? Robert. I'm the executive director of Public Policy Institute. It is a serious issue.
Okay. I've just been having an interesting chat here with Robert, who is from the Public Policy Institute, and he said the one thing that has stood out for him today is me refusing to let him say anything. So I've asked him to say it to me, and he has. I'm going to say it on his behalf. And he has shared a personal story of how, at some point, he had 4 women, which I think at the time was 80% of his entire staff, going on maternity leave at the same time. And his question was, Jen, I don't know if you can please answer that on our behalf. If 80% of your staff are going on maternity leave at the same time, how do you desist from asking women in interview panels, when are you next getting pregnant? Yeah? You ask, poor planning on whose behalf? On him. Is he supposed to tell women when to get pregnant? Hey! They all go pregnant at the same time. Rosemary, you're being unfair to the man. Right, okay. Let's do our last session. We're talking about innovation in the media. And on... we know what's been happening in the recent past in terms of media innovation. If we can get together, if I can have your attention, let's do our session quickly. Innovation in media has become a big thing, and we all know now that if you don't innovate, you die. And we're seeing more and more media houses suffering from this thing. We say everyone is a journalist these days, and we hear all these things about how innovation has become very key. So we want to sort of find out how you have all these innovations that are coming up on a daily basis, literally. Many of them, of course, amount to nothing. Some of them have gone on to become very successful. And we want to ask questions about, you know, how do you navigate the challenges of innovating in the media space, and how do you manage to achieve that? And to join us to share their thoughts on this, we've got Betty Mujungu from the Voice of Toro, Content Development and Creatives Manager. Please give her a hand clap as she joins us here on the platform. You're welcome, Betty. Good to see you. Epako yawe. Adieri. No, they are sweetie. No, it was given to me by the king himself. And they are sweet. We also have the villager from Kayunga who has now become a CEO, Mr. Daniel Lutaya, who is the CEO at News 24/7. I've known Daniel for quite a while now. We used to work together at Kwese and then at Next Media. He actually abandoned me when I was at Kwese. He was probably my biggest talent, and it was very heartbreaking having to release him to go to another media house. But I'm glad that he's then since gone on to actually now break out and do his own thing. So good to see you, sir. We also have, I don't know if Marion is here, I haven't seen her yet. Oh, there she is. Good to see you. Marion, please come. Marion Apio is the CEO at Debunk Media Initiative. She's also one of my favorite people in the whole world. She's a downright great human being, delightful person as well, but also very brilliant as an innovator. And so I want to talk about innovations at work. And so from the three of you, what I'm going to be looking for, we won't dwell too much on your session because it's very straightforward. What we want to hear from you is experiences, what you've been able to do, how have you navigated challenges, what challenges are you facing with, what help do you think is necessary to be able to help keep innovations going. Also, how do you go about getting funding for your innovations and things like that? So expert views, your experiences, and then of course we'll get some feedback from the plenary and of course for the people who are joining us online as well. So I'll start with you, Aderi. You're welcome. I think I need my second microphone, wherever it might be. Okay, I hope that's working fine. There's another microphone, if we can have that too, that would be great. So Betty, from your perspective in terms of content development, what are you doing at Voice of Toro in terms of innovation? We know that things have changed now, and it doesn't matter whether you're in Toro, in Karamoja, if you're not innovating, you're going to be in trouble. If you could just quickly share some experiences from what you've been doing at VOT.
Okay, thank you so much, Ben. Like he said, my name is Betty Mujungu. I work with Voice of Toro in Fort Portal. It's one of those radios that it was the third radio to start in Uganda. We've been around since 1996, and I head the team, the creative and development content altogether. And of course, radio has changed. Just like the other speakers had already said, unless if you are more innovative, this is the way you can only survive in the radio space. And being the fact that there's a lot of competition at the moment, and you cannot keep doing things just the very same style that they were being done in 1996. And for us at Voice of Toro, like I said, we do a lot of content development. We sell content. That's one of the innovations that we do to survive in the space, in the media space. And we develop content that we sell to organizations. I can say, for example, in the last COVID season, whereas other media houses were struggling during COVID-19, we were actually working because we quickly had a concept to put together, and we got a partner who was able to partner with us in content development, because we have a lot of expertise in creating content, but also putting it out there through productions like drama productions. So whereas other people, media houses, were struggling during that time, for us, we were able to write because we have been empowered in our spaces as journalists in the radio. We can write scripts, we can produce drama and put it there. The radio will earn from airing, but individual journalists in their innovative capacities are able to earn as well. Yeah. I know that journalists, we have all the other pressures that all the other people face in terms of financial needs. We have children, they need to go to school, you have to eat, just like any other person. And most times for us, our experiences as upcountry journalists, okay, just like other members had earlier said, your boss will ensure that your salary at the end of the month is available.
Right.
And that probably 600 or 400,000 is just not enough for you to meet all the other pressures that you have. But one thing that I can say my radio station has done is to empower the specific individual journalists. That whereas they are giving you your salary at the end of the month, you are also empowered that you can write your own project, be funded, bring it into the media house. The radio will earn its, what is theirs, but also the journalist will be empowered in that space. Right. And saying this does not mean that journalists in my community or in Fort Portal are not struggling. Yes, they are struggling just like any other journalist. But at least a media house like Voice of Toro has put up space for you as a journalist to earn from your wisdom, to earn from your creativity, to earn from innovation.
Right.
So that's one of the things that we are doing at the moment to ensure that we are in business, we are getting business as the media owner earns, but also the journalist is not starving altogether.
Thank you very much, Betty. And actually, I guess we will probably want to hear from you a little bit about some of the innovative gender content that you've been able to put together, but I'll come back to that because it's important when we talk about innovation, Mr. Lutaya, people usually immediately think an app, right? It's what it's become. You mentioned innovation. The first thing people see is hackathon, app, technology, and things in that regard. That's not entirely the whole deal about innovation, is it? What has it been like from your experience, and what sort of innovations are you seeing that might be game changers?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one of the biggest innovations that I have seen, and something that I think is going to change how we do journalism, is artificial intelligence. Because right now at 24/7 we have YouTube can transcribe a video and add captions to it. So I don't need to hire somebody to do that anymore. YouTube can segment a video for me.
Though it still can't pick our accents very well.
Yes, our accents are still a problem, but it can do that right now. We are now experimenting with an AI writing tool called WriteR from California, and it can actually write stories. I want to show you some of the, I've given 2 links to the people, the technical people. Please click for me on the story of the African Union story. That's, you can look at that screen right there. The African Union story, it's, just scroll down a bit, then you'll be able to see it. Oh, it's gone. And that's the thing with innovation, we are still trying. Clearly the technical people are
we still remain villagers to a certain extent. It takes a while for us to,
the technical people must be from Kayunga. But they'll get it. So let's open the story by, if you fail to get
there it is. I can actually see it on the screen. So the left middle of the screen.
Yeah, so so there's an African Union story.
To the left of the screen.
Just keep scrolling. You'll be able. You can't catch it.
Actually, I can actually see it. It's right there at the top left corner. You've gone back.
You can also scroll and you'll find it.
Right there on the left of the screen.
Left of the screen.
Very
African
extreme left.
Union.
There. Okay. Kayunga is catching up. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be a Kayunga person. So there you have it. African Union concerned over DRC. You can scroll so the journalists here can read through that story. That story was not written by a human being. All that story was written by a computer. It's an AI. So we now have a byline for a computer. It's called News 24/7 AI. If you check the byline of that story, it's News 24/7 AI. The AI has written 2 stories right now. So we edit the stories and the AI gets the byline. All you have to do is input a headline into the story, something that has happened. It crawls the internet, looks for the information, and puts it out there. It looks for credible sources. It will look at official sources. It has actually written a story about what we are doing here. just while I was seated there. There is a story still on the left. Uganda.
Media Week underway in Kampala.
Yeah, right there.
I don't know if this is exciting or scary.
Uganda Media Week underway in Kampala.
Yeah?
There's a photo there of you guys. And you can scroll through. So I took the photo, fed it into the AI, and told the AI, Uganda Media Week, you just write a few keywords. People who do online news here know. You just write a few keywords, Uganda, news, journalism, media focus on Africa, and it writes the whole story. All the paragraphs.
Oh, wow.
So that should scare some journalists.
It is scary.
So we are experimenting with that. Of course, if you read the story clearly, you'll notice that it's not perfect. It cannot yet replace a human being, and I think that's what everybody is scared about.
The keyword being yet.
So your jobs are still secure for now, though. For now, they are still secure. But what I'm saying is that there is an opportunity for us to use these artificial intelligence tools. Tools like Grammarly, you've seen them. That's an artificial intelligence if you use Grammarly. Your Word, MS Word app in your computer has artificial intelligence because it will tell you when you've written a wrong spelling. So we should embrace these things. Of course, it gets crazier like these ones that are now writing whole stories. But artificial intelligence is all over us. We are now also experimenting with virtual reality documentaries because that is the next phase of video. We are now living in a three-dimensional world, but consuming content in 2 dimensions.
Right.
So we are experimenting, and I think by next year we'll out a documentary that will be both in 2D but also in virtual reality. So if people have glasses, they can actually go where we filmed this story and be in the moment.
Oh, that sounds absolutely incredible. I can imagine being able to see a virtual reality story of, I don't know, the frontline in Ukraine. You know, you can imagine how immersive that would be, and it definitely changes everything. Let me come to Marion. Obviously, lots of innovation from the tech perspective. We have some innovations that are not necessarily very heavy or technical, but again, innovation still happening. From your perspective, what's some of the things that you've been innovating on or with that have proven to be successful, that people are able to pick up from and not be left behind, not remain in Kayunga?
Thank you very much. My name is Marion Apio. I am the CEO, the Bank Media Initiative. At the peak of COVID-19, I think the media was really under a lot of attack when it came to the infodemic, misinformation, and a lot of really loss of trust, where literally everyone was saying what the media is saying is not true because people were not really knowledgeable about what COVID-19 meant to either the international community, to us here locally, or to the entire continent. And as young journalists, I think that's where for us we saw an opportunity. And so we started a fact-checking project that debunks misinformation in Uganda. We are the first of its kind that literally focuses on fact-checking. What really inspired us was the fact that even the journalists themselves could get it wrong, or got it wrong, honestly. There are points where we also had no idea what to believe. Even the mainstream media itself was just not sure what exactly they were saying was right. And so we wanted to really innovate around fact-checking and see how can we be able to support the journalism industry. And so we are building a team of young journalists who are, we have a fact-checking bot. This is a WhatsApp number. You add it on your phone, and then you ask us if whatever information you've encountered is true or false. And for us as young people who have dedicated ourselves, we'll say, let's do the research for you. Of course, there have been so many challenges. I think when I was invited here, they said, so many startups in Uganda don't make it to their first birthday, which is very scary for you to even start in the first place, because you don't want to just end at the invention of your idea. And so that board helps us to sort of receive a lot of misinformation that comes from either young people, be it about Ebola, be it about COVID-19, and we've been able to really navigate how can we even make it work better, improve, but also automate the process for us to not really scroll through the internet all the time. Like Daniel said, we can't replace human beings, so we really look out for experts to support the sort of content we deliver, and the experts get to really speak about it. And so if innovation is about change, then you can see that whereas fact-checking was just an aspect of journalism, that is now the new kind of journalism. Me and about 100 others who are going to come on board with are going to be doing. And so I think we are very interested and are really learning in the process to see what more can we do, what more can this bot really do, but it is something that we've tested, we've tried it, it works, and I can't wait to really see where it's going.
And again, so it's sort of in line with what Daniel has been saying about how and almost scary it has become now, and why something like debunked becomes very important, because it's very hard to tell what's true or false anymore. If Daniel's AI is now able to create a story, could have easily gone and said something nasty about me, and because it's an AI, it's able to find enough pictures to create that. We know about deepfakes and all of those things, and we'll have a session on that tomorrow. But even while we prepare for that, the majority of, and again in the Ugandan context here, and this is for, as we come back to Betty, the average person in Fort Portal is not yet bothered about the AI. It's not a concern for them yet, and yet you have got to be relevant even to them in terms of what's going on. I know that you've been doing some interesting things, especially around content. How have you navigated that with the fact that your biggest audience is still young people, most of them are getting onto smartphones now, and you have to be able to keep up with them in the times, even in your environment. So what have you been doing, and how have you managed to succeed in remaining relevant even in the day of bots and AIs and all this tech talk, and yet VOT is still going strong?
Thank you. One thing we have done as a radio first is to know our audience, and understanding that, yes, there are a number of young people in our audience, but from research, not many of them depend on, I can say, too much technology or get news from the internet and all that stuff. So as a radio, we are committed to serve our audience, set the agenda of what our audience needs, because when you've had your audience research, you know what they need, you know which people you're speaking to. But nonetheless, we know that we are growing, and understanding that today they could not be very many people that depend on social media or online media. We know that things are going to change probably in the next coming few years. So we are also, as a radio, very specific on engaging the youth in social media platforms. We have a number of them that are on WhatsApp, where young people as well contribute. But also we have a standard interaction strategy as a radio station. And we ensure that the young people as well speak through social media. We have our Facebook, Twitter, and all that, to ensure that also the young people that entirely depend on that as well have content to rely on, and reliable content as well, to make informed decisions.
Yeah. Daniel, one of the things that has happened as a result of all this innovation is that you have brilliant ideas and all these things coming up, but they cost money. Where is that money coming from? The traditional media, I'm going to sell a talk show, I'm going to sell a live, I'm going to sell as we found out in the morning, I'm going to say the news story, right? How do you sell News 24/7? How do you sell Debunked? Where, because it might be a good innovation, but it's not going to pay the bills, is it, on its own? How are you navigating that challenge?
Yeah, and for a person who was just reporting news, you know, and now seated in a chair where I have to focus a lot more on the money than, you know, making sure that these journalists actually have food on their table, and not to become one of those media owners that I used to talk about while I was a reporter, that you know them. Eh? Some of them maybe are your bosses, the ones who don't remit.
Please note that you're not talking about yourself as well, just saying. Eh?
I'm not talking about myself. But now I'm in that group. Huh? But the good thing about digital business is that, first of all, there is an income stream that comes in as a result of the users or the viewers that you get. So there is Google AdSense that we have, but there is also the mainstream marketing that we do, and we have adverts on the website. We have had adverts on social media. So right now, as 24/7, we have 6 platforms, a website and 5 YouTube and 4 other social media platforms, and we sell all of them. So you will find our products are different. We have things like pinned tweet. So we are selling a pinned tweet. For how long do we pin your tweet on our handle? Those are the things that we are selling. But also, because broadcasting is changing, it is possible now for us to broadcast on platforms like YouTube and Facebook, and really do a broadcast just like it would be on TV. And because of that, we now get sponsors. And the market is changing, because when we started, it was difficult for me to walk into an office and tell somebody we are broadcasting, and they say, on which decoder? And you have to tell them, no, you see now there is this YouTube thing, now it's on your phone, and you have to explain. Of course, we have to do a little bit of explaining even now, especially to the mainstream traditional government people. So if you're trying to get a deal from the government, you know, ministries, you know how traditional public service is. So they'll tell you which decoder, which word. So, and for me, it's even worse, because coming out of NBS, getting into oh, Daniel, how is NBS? And then you say,
yeah,
okay.
now I'm actually on the website.
You say, now you see, now there is this thing online. But it's growing in Uganda, but this model has worked elsewhere in the world. There are YouTubers, I don't know, I think everybody is on YouTube. If you have an Android phone, then you get YouTube by default. So there are YouTubers right now that are opening studios as big as Tyler Perry's. There's a YouTuber called Mr. Beast. Yeah. If you guys have seen him, Mr. Beast has a studio that is on 20 acres of land. So he's doing a whole, kind of like a Hollywood thing in Texas. So it's coming. Everything that works there always comes here and starts working. So that is what, you know.
It's coming or it's here, because I think it's fair to say it's...
you saw the boat, so maybe
yeah, I think it's here. I just got a notification from YouTube today asking me that they're going to start using handles, I think. So I've had a YouTube channel since 2010. I must say I've not done too badly. I've been able to upload 1 video. Yeah, thank you very much. Clap for me. Thank you. Thank you. How many people you have YouTube videos? You're laughing at me, eh? One more. No, let's do a quick one. If you have a YouTube video, personal YouTube video channel, put up your hand. Personal, not for you as an individual. Okay. How many videos have you put up? 3 videos. Okay. How many videos have you put up? 3 videos. Okay. How many videos? 200. Oh wow. Total number of views so far? You don't have offhead. See, you're losing money. You just don't know. How many total number of views? Less than 100. Okay, not too bad. I've so far managed to garner, I think, last time I checked, I think I had 4 views. So the people who are laughing, do you have a YouTube channel? You're laughing at me. So no, but on a serious note, though, I think because of just growing old and becoming a dinosaur, I'm like, I can't keep up with this stuff anymore. So yet I know that it's something I probably, if I'd taken it seriously, I would have done much better by now. So from your perspective, John, in terms of what you're doing to be sustainable with the innovations, how do you yourself being able to generate the sort of revenues that you need to keep this going? I think it was recently, Jan, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know where she is, I'm told that advertising revenue from digital media now has overtaken traditional media in Kenya, right? If I'm not mistaken, advertising revenue from digital media apparently has overtaken traditional in Kenya now as well. It started in the US, it's definitely been bigger there. Google and YouTube and whatever, these guys are making so much money. We know that Elon Musk is now trying to charge us for blue tick, so Daniel's blue tick is now useless because I can also get one, right? So what about you, John? What are you guys doing for the money bit?
So people innovate for different reasons. I think for us, what brought us into this space was to really build an innovation that addresses a social need, but also improves people's lives. And coming from that perspective, it means it has never been about money, which is a bit tricky.
But you must sustain it,
yes, right? Which is a bit tricky. But for that reason, it's so easy for us to not entirely, but really depend on grants. And for the 1 year we've been in place, I think we've won about 3 grants, which have helped us to really set up the organization, innovate the board, be able to target young people in different universities to learn how to fact check, but also has put us out there, because by the fact that I'm seated on this panel, it means people are watching, people are seeing that
you have
what we are doing. Maybe, but it means we are doing something.
Right.
And whereas we don't necessarily envision ourselves to entirely depend on grants, I think why we came into the place, the fact that we want to work with other people who align with what we do, to educate people, to make sure that people get the knowledge, people get the facts, people become aware. If you do a random check right now, how many people even have really factual information about Ebola? That is even here, it's not even very far away. It's just here. But it seems like this is something very distant from, many people. And so what we're trying to say is that, can we be able to address a certain social need, and from that, where there is impact, I believe there is money. Right. I guess one media mentor of mine told me that. And so for us, our hope is we keep doing the work, and then the work speaks for itself, and we'll be able to attract people who align with what we do, and we'll be able to get the resources. Yeah. Nonetheless, we want to monetize our bot. What is so amazing with our fact-checking bot is that any newsroom can actually get that number. We create for you an account, and you can literally broadcast any sort of information you want to any number of audiences that you want.
Wow.
You are using, I think, certain foreign platforms to send emails, send invitations to RSV, but even the debunk bot can do that. I mean, if your invite is a fact, like it's a real invite, that's still factual, right? So the monetization is not going to necessarily focus on just distributing factual information, right, but we're looking at what are the other ways. We can still advertise using the bot. We can have different newsrooms say, our fact checkers will subscribe to your bot, and on those accounts, they are able to actually as well get all this information, access different sources. And so what we are seeking for us to really make money is to see how this bot can be monetized. Of course, adding up onto whatever other digital platform that other different digital media
spaces are using. Like, you want your YouTube to get the numbers. But we've been here for 1 year. How many Ugandan YouTubers really in 1 year get the hits and make the money? So yeah, I guess that's it for us. Oh yeah, we also train organizations, leaders, young people in fact-checking. And honestly, if you see the impact of training, you will actually be able to invest in it. Yeah. And so if you're having journalists in your media house that do not have fact-checking skills, we are here, which will bring me to my advice later on. We need to support our innovators. I kind of feel like the business industry in this country is very, a bit, for only tough people. Someone stereotypically said it's for only men, which is not true. But I feel like it's one where you need to be very aggressive for you to be able to get up there, which shouldn't be that. I feel like by now, people need to kind of like, support people to be able to flourish. Because at the end of the day, for young people like us, we are not here to make money. We really want to create change. And if you want to create change and no one is supporting you, then people are going to go become house girls in different countries.
God forbid that should happen. Thanks a lot, Marian. So let's get some feedback from you, especially on this issue of innovation and what needs to happen. I'll open the floor by sharing a quick story. In the year 2000, there was a company in the US called Blockbuster. I don't know how many people have heard about a company called Blockbuster. Blockbuster was basically who's the famous video guy here? Edisoft. How many people have used Edisoft services in this room? Don't put up your hands, mate. Yeah? Edisoft is a guy who we used to get DVDs from, right? Jan, did you ever get any DVDs from Edisoft? Your friends, not you. Okay, they got for you. It's okay. You see, you can't admit. And what would happen is that Blockbuster was like basically your video library in the US. Like, was the biggest company. And someone walked into their office and offered to sell them a company that was doing streaming online. And the CEO of Blockbuster literally struggled not to laugh at this guy. He's like, can you believe this idiot? Like, what is he talking about? Like, really? That company was Netflix. And he had been offered to buy Netflix at $50 million. And he laughed so hard, apparently, in a book that has just been released, because he said this is like the biggest joke that he had ever encountered in his entire life. Long story short, Blockbuster is defunct now and doesn't exist anymore, and Netflix is worth $120 billion. And that's what innovation is able to do. So what innovations are we sitting on that in another 5-10 years will be the ones where people are saying, ha. I keep telling people a story about how in 2011 I was offered a chance to buy Bitcoin worth $500, which I had, I should say, at the time. At least at the time I had $500. And I said, what? Nah. Pass. Bitcoin at that time was valued at, I think in 2011, if I remember correctly, should have been about $9. $9 per Bitcoin. Any quick mathematicians in the room? $500 divided by 9 would give you anywhere, close to 4 point something. Okay, let's say 5 to be on the safe side. By yesterday, Bitcoin was $20,000 a coin. So if you multiply that from an investment at that time of what was about 1.6 million shillings, I could have easily been sitting on about 300 and something. Simply because, as a guy who studied computer science at the university, I must have been pretty stupid not to understand where innovation was going. I'm just trying to say that sometimes even when they hit you in the face with innovations, you will laugh at them. When I was running Kwese with Daniel, we had an OB van, big OB van like this, where I would go and you show up and they say, they have arrived. You pull out satellite dishes, you point in the sky and say, we are going live. Now,
We are live on Zoom using a very small thing like this that you can put in a laptop bag and go along. We have things called live view units, which have now actually become so small that they're the size of a mobile phone, and you can broadcast from anywhere in the world. So how do you prepare yourself for things like that? So I want to hear your thoughts. Any questions for our innovators on the panel? Let me borrow this microphone. I'll bring it back to you. I won't forget you. Let me start here so that you don't say I'm now. Yeah, I should warn us, there's a band that plays in the building. I think you might have had a few sound checks of their drums. When they start, we won't be able to hear anything we say, so I'd like us to try and finish and go join them. So please do share your thoughts quickly, and then we'll go around the room and then come back to our panel and wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much, Robert Muhangi. I'm not from the media, but I'm from NGO. So I'm looking from the media perspective. For us as civil society organization, the trend where we are heading, especially in the social accountability work, we're finding that the skills and the knowledge of journalists being very important to the NGOs than the usual staff we hire who have done social science and community development. For example, you're going to follow up a story on the corruption as an NGO. So you'd want a journalist who is skilled in investigative journalism. And you are not going to have a staff who has that knowledge. So when you have a journalist who can do that, and caution not to break the story until the whole thing is done, and we've been doing that. For me personally, I've engaged journalists in that line, but also we, as civil society, sometimes we find challenges on having credible moderators on key topics of the society, of what is happening. You find the moderators are not researching, these are journalists, they're even not informed. This topic was shared 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. You're expecting some follow-up questions that are leading and making vibrant discussion in the studio, but the journalist is just, yes, tell us more. So you ask yourself, so it makes, that's why you find on the radio station, they could have like 10 journalists, but the community outside there are preferring only 2. The actual, those journalists, we fight for, that if we am coming to the studio, so and so should be the one to moderate.
Right.
Therefore, I come back to Our Lady from Toro, that as media houses have programs of mentoring these younger journalists you are hiring, mentor them. We also gain from the services of the drama, because you are skilled in that area. And you play for us, and then we take it to the community, and then they ignite discussion on the topical issues. And those skills we can only benefit from you. Please take it on.
Thank
and
you.
then lastly, as I conclude, our colleague from the bank, because we are talking about facts, I'm trying to wonder your mitigation approaches in this scenario where we are having a Computer Misuse Act that is coming, and all of us are still new. Few have internalized it deeper, and wouldn't want you to fall a culprit in that angle. But also, I don't know, in terms of accreditation, when COVID came, the Minister of Health was like, if you are going to test COVID, go to Test and Fly. Those are the accredited centers.
Right.
And yet there were very many within the country who are doing that. They could only allow you to fly if you have done from those ones. I don't know whether you've made attempts to have those accreditations from responsible ministries or agencies so that we can quote the information we have used from your agency and have it as a source.
Thank you very much, Robert. That's a very interesting point. I should point out to you that as a person who does quite a lot of moderating, that you're absolutely right. Sometimes a lot of moderators have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. I'm not saying me, I'm just saying many others. I think the biggest compliment that I receive when I get to do events is someone coming up to me at the end and asking me about something to do with the host organization as if I'm a member of staff. That for me usually is the biggest compliment, that a person has not been able to decipher that I'm just a Muchuba who is looking for supper for my children. And as far as they are concerned, they think I actually work with this organization. The fun one is always URA, where people come to me and say, so I have this question about this income tax thing. I'm like, yeah, actually, you know what? So I should have helped you, but now say I need to go and talk to him. So you see that gentleman over there? Let me delegate him to you. You go and sort out him, and I have no idea what he's talking about. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There needs to be a lot of research that goes into the things that we talk about. Joe.
Thank you very much. Artificial intelligence, augmentative reality, robotics seem to be having a very faster, do I call it intrusion into journalism? Yeah. I went way too fast and leaving the audience behind because this kills the beauty of voice. It kills the beauty of connectivity. So I don't know how best to adapt this technology while remaining original with our audience. So I thought I would get a response to that.
That's a very good question, Joe. We've got Brenda over there, and then on that table, and then we'll come back to that side. You're right, but I think like Daniel said, it's coming, it's here, and I think eventually we will have no option but to get used to that. This week, beginning of this week, I saw a deep fake video that scared the living daylights out of me because they put a video that they had made, an original, and then a fake, and I picked the fake as the original. And it just shows you where this thing is going. It's definitely going to be a very scary thing. So that's why I think debunked becomes very important and all.
Yes, thank you. I think my name is Brenda Namata again. I work with Uganda Media Men's Association, and I would love to build on what Joe just submitted. I was privileged recently to be in a room where the AI developers were making presentations on the world yet to come AIs that they wish to usher. And they're presenting it to some media managers and media owners and people who are involved in policy on the need to adapt to AIs. And the whole room was up in arms against the idea of AIs because it posed as a threat in terms of cutting labor in newsroom. If we have an AI, what means we shall work at half capacity of human resource because AIs can deliver perhaps what a human would do, and name it among other threats that were posed, but also which are a reality. And my question is, what are some of the mechanisms or the interventions that you innovators are trying to put in place for adaptation and adoption within media as the practitioner, so that we don't see it as a threat and adopt it as a savior, for lack of a better word to use, but then also in terms of the audience, like Joe put it, that how does the bit of connectivity, the bit of originality, I just saw what Daniel posed, and in my head I was thinking, okay, like, you know, I feel like it's too artificial. How are you trying to address that?
Very, very good questions. Brenda, there was just behind you.
Thank you. I think, let me start with a straight question to my sister Marion and Daniel. I know journalists do quote lots of sources. Would we be saying now, according to
24/7 AI?
Correct. According to that artificial intelligence, it said, how are you going to deal with that reality?
That's a really good question.
Quoting that.
According to debunked bots.
And the point I wanted also to bring before that question was, I have seen things are changing. Back in the days, for somebody to be right here, invitations would be sent to media houses. Please send for us somebody of your preference to come and attend this, to come and have this dialogue. But these days, you express your interest. We are now shifting from the traditional ways of doing things, of please send us so and so, or send us such and such a person, and maybe the director who whoever sends a girlfriend or somebody whom he or she is used to. So things are now changing. And with that said, if journalists want to tap into these innovative things, then I think we need to look at new ways of modernizing what we do. For now, radio stations or media houses sell what they call features, documentaries. I mean, there are people who have made money. I'm even envious of others who are ever winning Acme Awards back to back. Those are millions. One win is 2.5 million. Another win, 2.5 million. Like 3 awards. I mean, where are we here? you can win those awards, or you can even create a platform to popularize that, so that you have NGOs coming up and say, okay, do for us a feature on this, do for us a documentary on this, and you make that money and you take to the station.
Right.
So that we stay at par. I would say stay a little parallel to AI by innovating ourselves from the traditional things. We build from what we have.
Right.
We're not going to begin building castles in the air, but we build from what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do we build and get to the castles? Very, very quickly. Anyone else? Okay, we'll just, and then we'll finish. Yeah, okay, then we'll finish over there.
Well, thank you, my sister Marion. I think the question of AI poses a lot of fears among we field journalists, more especially. I think last week we had a discussion on one of the forums of MFA. We ran a story about AI in the newsroom and a robot developing a story. But I think this should now be an eye-opener to us. We need to advance because the world has gone digital. Like my brother Daniel said, we are using AI, but we are still not aware about it, because if you are using Grammarly, if you are using the keyboard, that is already AI. But I think they are coming into more force right now. So this now goes to the media owners and maybe individual people. We need to invest and start developing and adopting to the new norm, because we can't run away from it.
Yep.
The world is fast changing and we need to go by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I'm hearing you say essentially is that we need to learn and force ourselves to stop being villagers and understand that the world is moving very quickly and try and keep up. Yeah?
Thank you, colleagues, Daniel and the team. You know, a lot has been said, but I think in all this, what we see is that digital journalism is the way, is the future. And for me, 3 years back, besides working for another digital platform, Chimp Report, we co-founded a local site called Gangwa News. We've been pushing it, although we haven't gotten, you know, a lot of, you know, say advertisers and what, but at least it puts you there, and you can have gotten a fellowship from Aga Khan University for it, for example, to learn for a whole year. And I would encourage my colleagues in your newsroom, the stories, for example, if you're not online, you're missing out a lot. Again, there's so many platforms, YouTube, you know, Daniel has it, I follow it, and they are doing a great job. All of you. Last week I was with one of your colleagues in that's Voice of Toro in Oima. We had a digital training, multimedia training with Ultimate Media, and again, so much content was put out there. If you're not online, if you're stuck on the traditional, you know, ways, AI is coming. There's 360 videos now. You can't even. These cameras are very limited. You have to take a 360 video. I don't know how many people can do it, but I can tell you things are moving so fast.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence, you know. Those are the new things. So let's embrace it, and we are good to go.
Thank you. Embrace it or go and start farming. John, you wanted to say something? No, seriously. I have come to the realization, I'm now 43 years old, and I have decided that I am way too old to go and start doing things of Pinterest, Instagram. I'm like, you know what? I just don't have the bandwidth for that. So I will stay in my small lane and accept where I can, manage what I can. I only go and read Daniel's tweets and retweet and like. It just becomes too exhausting, and I think I've just had to honestly accept that I may be too old for these things now and let the young people manage those things and find other ways of making myself relevant in this space. The digital thing for me, it's... yeah. Jan,
Yeah.
do you want to...
Yes, I want to speak for us.
Does anyone offer that? Actually, sorry, Jan, I just remembered. It's an opportunity here. We're talking about innovation, right? Is there anyone who has a service that allows to be able to now take like a dinosaur like me and then do all of these things for me and make me look like I'm the one who is doing all the tweeting, blah, blah, blah? Virtual assistant. Okay. Is that a bot? Is that a person? Is it an AI? We are finished. Jan.
Yeah, you know, these are the things we must, I must speak for the dinosaurs, although I exempt myself from that age. But, do you know, we earlier on, Dr. Emily was talking about contexts of journalism and media. Now,
I remember, I think UNCDF report, a report talks about only 18 million Ugandans being digitally included, right? So now breaking all that down, right? And then there are people like you who are actually fine with your radio station, right? With your radio. I'll give an example.
When you're saying people like us.
Now, like my mom, my sister brought for her this beautiful gadget. You know, told her, all you just have to do, instead of just playing your big system, just use this thing, and then you just put a flash on YouTube and Bluetooth. And she said, no.
Give me my radio.
She actually, my sister came back home with her beautiful gifts because my mom rejected it. And are we saying that they're the minority? How about radio? Radio is still king. I don't know whether it had a kingdom or some of its robes are torn a bit, but it is still king, And that's why I'm admiring all this stuff, but I'm thinking more about how Betty is going to deal with these things. Imagine in Toro, you're trying to see how you're going to get youth into just enjoying your program. Then you also have to deal with AI. So I'm asking myself, what are the contexts? We have a very strange regulatory environment about the internet. How is Daniel dealing with these things? Are we giving AI more attention than it is within our context? Or maybe we can allow it to pass, or should we just run after it? I mean, I'm really struggling here because people listen to their local radio station, they don't even understand about your stuff. But how do we balance things?
How do we build that bridge? Thank you very much, Jan. So let me come back to the panel. I think you can hear the band starting to play. So once they start, we'll literally won't be able to hear anything. So we'll start with I have my microphone back, please. We'll start with Marion and then Daniel and hear from Betty. I think Jan has summed up very well what the discussion is about in terms of how do we bridge the gap between where we have been and where we need to go, which seems to be inevitable. Tomorrow we will have a wonderful session on the Computer Misuse Act and how this fits into all of that. So something to look forward to, but we'll start wrapping up with you, Marion.
Thank you very much. First, this is not a competition. I think let's start from there. AI is not here to compete with already existing, thriving media innovations. In fact, we need the traditional media for us to thrive. So first, the journalists, the media owners, partners, every key stakeholder needs to appreciate that whereas we are trying to innovate, it does not mean we have come to necessarily take away everything that is existent. And someone posed the question, are we going to quote the bot? The bot is not functioning on its own. They are human beings that are running the debunk bot. And I want to differentiate fact-checking from journalism itself, because that's where Daniel and I are going to always be, we are always going to be checking Daniel's AI, because that's why we're here. First, that story doesn't have the whole story. It is literally not getting all the facts. And so we have what we call the fact, for example, where you ask yourself, where you ask yourself, is it entirely true? Is it entirely false? Is it just the headline that has been manipulated? Because that is what journalism has been about, right? Get an enticing headline, let people buy all the papers, only to open inside, there is even no factual image. And so that's where Daniel and I really come to. Number two, you don't quote the bot. When it comes to fact-checking, fact-checkers are not the sources of the information. We entirely rely on experts to tell you the story. Now, the confusion again here is on who's the expert, who gets to define who the expert is, right? But research is important. That's why we quote BBC, because they go to the field and actually talk to the person who's there. Question of, are we leaving the audience behind? No, we are not. We know who we are targeting. Whereas my grandmother does not really have a phone. I studied with over 1,000 students at Makerere University who have smartphones. And every day, they are clicking on WhatsApp, resharing clickbaits, Do you know what BMLQ or that whole scam did to my friends? Guys are broke
They fell for it,
completely.
right?
Like, so again, my grandma did not click on that clickbait. She didn't even know what that clickbait is. So who are we targeting, right? So Voice of Toro, thank you very much. Please continue to target our aunties, our uncles. But hey, there is a generation of young people who are literally being affected by fake news, who are spreading it, who are believing it. When you tell them something, they don't even take a minute to reshare it. They just, and those are very many. So lastly, we are not throwing away the traditional media. I think as D-Bank this year, we won a grant with Aga Khan University, DW, and the Media Features Project, where we are translating our fact checks into local languages, and they are supposed to actually air on radio stations so that even the local person down there can get to understand what are the facts about Ebola, what are the facts about COVID-19. It means I really need Voice of Toro for me to be able to get to these people. I don't know if I've answered all the questions. I had so many. Oh yeah, speaking about moderators, I am a very good moderator. But I think, like we've said, times are changing, people are changing, things are changing, processes are. There is a new generation of young journalists that can literally do what he's doing. But also the mistake that we often do is we are still consistently thinking the person to move this conversation is Kanare Mugume, right? But how many young journalists have been trained, for example, by the Media Challenge Initiative? Look at Olivia, look at Pfizer. They are there, we are there, but how do we support talent? I think for me that's the issue. How are we able to move away from the already known people and we actually allow young people to thrive? And I want to thank Jan actually, because if I wasn't invited here, who would even know that I'm an innovator who exists and I'm out there? So, over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Daniel.
All right. Thank you very much. There were many questions. Some were comments, but we'll try to go through them as quickly as we can. I want to say that digital has taken over everywhere. It is not only journalists, it's not only in journalism. Right now, all of you, if you have a bank account, receive some messages sometimes, and the bank tells you we're having some technical difficulties. When mobile money goes off, if mobile money goes off for more than 1 week, we'll have riots in the streets. And mobile money is an innovation that is less than 20 years old.
Yeah, we just had an incident with Airtel just going into last weekend, I think, where there was a hack. I was a victim, not in a bad way. I had the only money I had was on my Stanchart account, so I tried transferring it to Airtel. It left the bank, never made it to the phone. So you can imagine the chaos that caused for a few days waiting for that transaction to be reversed. That was fun.
Yes.
Or not?
So the digital has taken over everywhere. We now have a Computer Misuse Act to regulate how people use the computer. The computer is also a new innovation. It's relatively new, but as I said on Twitter, if you follow me, this migration is happening faster than we thought. So we must catch up to it. We used to have in media, I'll come down to media now, we used to have analog only. Analog media was available for broadcast and print. For print is not going away, it's just changing. If you check the most used Ugandan websites, Daily Monitor and New Vision are up there. So print journalists here, please, print is not dying. You're just going to be writing on the internet now and very less on the paper. And we used to have analog only, then digital was introduced. Now we had analog and digital. By the time I joined NBS, we had a policy called digital first. You have to put news, and I think it was the same for Sarah by that time she was at Galaxy. You have to put news on Facebook and Twitter while you're still in the field before you put it on our radio station or TV. I think most of you now have that policy in your media houses. Now, the next frontier is digital only. You get it? It's not going to be first put it online, it will be put it there. Like for us at 24/7, just put it there and we are done. We have journalists at 24/7. We have a desk called the Twitter desk. We have Instagram desk. We have journalists whose everyday job is to come and write stories on Twitter. They only have to write a tweet. A tweet is a story in itself. So we have reporters that only report on Twitter.
Right.
Now, AI, I wouldn't tweet too fast. Maybe I should say we risk being too slow, because this is this is an industrial revolution. If we get very slow, we are going to get left behind. If you've listened to some speeches of the president, he's also saying the same thing. Then the threat to jobs. Don't be scared. Just the best way for us as media owners now is to take you through training, so that you can be the ones now, as she said, the ones monitoring and at the back end of this AI. And you can also use it in your journalism. So you have to adapt, because if you don't adapt, you will get thrown away with the chaff at the end of this industrial revolution. Because right now, there is no job for telephone operator. By the time I was born, there were telephone operators whom you had to call, some girls who used to speak very good English, so that they speak to you in Kampala, these telephone operators, and then transfer you to another phone. Is that job still available? No. But right now, there are people still working in the telephone industry, isn't it?
Right.
Just that they work at MTN, which is a mobile telecommunications network. Our AI, 24/7 AI, is a beta version. So right now, I'm imploring Parliament of Uganda to also innovate laws to handle things like AIs, because they are here and they are writing. So it is a beta version, so we are trying to experiment with it. Then, if you are not reaching out to your audiences, I want to tell you this: if you're not reaching out to your audiences on any other platform other than your main platform, if you're a radio journalist, TV or print, if you're not reaching out to your audiences on any other platforms, on Twitter, Facebook, and these other social media platforms, you will not be a journalist in the next 5 years.
That's a very
You will not
good
be
point.
able to work. I'm telling you for a fact, because the consumption habits of the consumers are changing.
Yeah.
Right now, consumers are trusting the individual journalists themselves more than the media houses.
This is
So
true.
somebody will say, what has Daniel Lutaya said? Somebody will say, what has Sarah Biriomisho said? I want to hear it from Sarah. Some people follow Sarah, don't follow her media platform. So get there, be in there, and the industrial revolution is happening. I want to tell you that in the next 5 years, there will be more of digital and less of analog. The better you adopt, the
Yeah.
better for all of us.
Thank you very much, Daniel. If you look around the world, actually, I think that there's already more digital than analog in some places where it's already been a complete takeover. Finally, Betty, does that threaten you, being told that in 5 years VOT will have to be digital or not exist anymore? On your parting thoughts?
Well, it's not really threatening, because we know that it's changing, and we know that artificial intelligence at some point, for me, I believe at some point, could not be tomorrow, will be the new norm. But I know that in media houses, like Marion just said, we know our audiences, we know our people that we target. So for me at Voice of Toro, I know that my target audience, not many of them actually. So we cannot leave behind a multitude of people that entirely depend on radio, entirely depend on what you give them as content. So I know that we will get there, but for now, we must give people the content that they deserve, because we are agenda setters. I mean, we are in these communities, we know what our community needs, and we give them what they need, and of course not leaving out, showing them where we are going as a country, as a world.
Thank you very much. I just needed to hear something from Marion about the bot and what we need to know. As she does, there's something that Jan mentioned, which I think is critical to what Betty has also added. I've been in radio for about 22 years now, and I remember when people were saying radio is dead, right? Jen knows this. We have been told that radio is dead for as long as I can remember. And if you don't understand the market that you're in, Uganda is in such a place that we are such a unique society that the things that apply to the rest of the world, AI is going to come, it will be a big thing, yes, but it's going to be a very long time before you can be able to get rid of our radio. People have been talking about electric cars now. I'm like, you look at these ones. I can assure you, in another 40 years, we'll be driving diesel cars in Uganda. Marion.
Thank you. When I was asked to come and speak, I was asked to talk about media innovations that work, and I will be doing a very bad, a disservice if I don't really say at least 4 things. Media innovations that work are those that are managed by innovators that actually work, which is cliche, but you realize that oftentimes most of the media platform spaces that we have, the people running them don't actually do the work. The other thing I also found out was these are people who are supposed to be sane. So the people who are running it, your journalists, need to be mentally sane. They need to be like okay. They need to be stable. They need to be sustainable. They need to be, oh my God. And you will realize from the experiences of many young people that I talk to is that the situation within these environments, within these media innovations are not okay. Financially, economically, socially, everything is just harsh. The other thing is that media innovations that work are those that really keep changing. They appreciate change and they actually try to, catch up. And so if wherever we are, we feel like we need to continue to do things the way they're being done, we are not going to innovate, it's not going to help. And sadly, the generation that I feel I belong to is one that is ready to make noise, although just on social media, but also they are ready to do the work. So kindly check out our debunk bot. It's called the Debunk Fact Checking Bot. It's on Twitter. Also, you can check out our fact checking shows, collaborate with us, support your innovators. It will be so sad that 5 years later, such an innovation like a fact checking organization in Uganda does not even thrive. Why? Because media companies don't think that's something that they need to work with or whatever.
All right. Thank you very much. Marion, let's give a big hand clap to Marion and to Daniel and to Betty for keeping us awake up until this time. That's no mean feat in its own right. So, and also thank you so much for being here throughout to the end of our first session. We have an exciting day tomorrow with some powerful sessions. We'll be talking one about finding money, and this is funding for media development. We'll be talking about elections. That's always a very big one. The road, of course, we are now getting ready for 2026. We've had elections in the East African region over the last 2 years, and now we are getting ready for 26. Daniel, are you running for MP in Kayunga? Yeah, okay, the laughter says it all. Not yet, eh? 2031, eh? 2031, okay. And then, of course, there's the Computer Misuse Act, which has recently come into play and is a big discussion. We'll be talking about that, as well as digital inclusion. And again, to pick up on where our panel has ended today, that's going to be something to look forward to. We'll start tomorrow at the same time. We'll try and start on time, so please be with us in the morning and invite a friend to invite a friend. We have a media link online in case you want to join virtually. We'll be more than glad to do that. Otherwise, for our online audience, thank you so much for being a part of the discussion today. We look forward to hearing from you. In the meantime, do post on Twitter, use our hashtag MediaWeek 2022, Uganda Media Week 2022, Media Matters UG, and hashtag journalism, or any of those, or all of the above will definitely be useful to keep this conversation going online, even as we prepare for day 2 of the Uganda Media Week tomorrow, where we're talking about journalism, innovation, and the future. Otherwise, for today, it's a wrap. We want to say thank you so much for being with us, and we'll catch you same time tomorrow. Have a nice evening. God bless you. God bless Uganda. Bye. I hope we've gone offline. I didn't want the online people to feel bad. We have tea. You might invite them for tea, and then they say, so we have a cup of tea at the back. So please do come join us and enjoy a cup of tea as we wrap up our session for day 1. Thank you.